Hello, everyone. Hey, Anne, Anorika, Andy, Sleepy. So you fixed your schedule to be here, Sleepy, huh? And the cats are here, yeah. I plan to have a webcam today, but yeah, I finished this drawing, so no. The boys are a better view. Hey, Anorika, long time. You read the chapters finally, finally. How are we doing? A lot of White, a lot of Daniel. Right? You're probably very happy. A lot of... So I bought this spare tire cover for my Jeep, and because my Jeep is four-wheel drive, it has 4WD, this new spare tire cover. And I'm just like, yeah, for White Daniel to continue breaking my back. That's exactly what I love to have. You woke up just for this. My god, Sleepy, that's so sweet. Thank you. You are heaven? Well, I drew White's heaven today, so with all these cats. Cats and human cats, I guess. Even though Black isn't really a cat. There are 2 rabbits in the picture. How are we doing? Also, I'm fine, and thanks a lot for asking. How are you? Oh, black and white? Oh, black and white. That's my mantra. All the time. We're gonna start, by the way, once we finish chatting, we're gonna start with the chapter 75 discussion, and then we're gonna go to the recap stream. Glad to hear that, Andy. I will catch up with recap so I can comment on all with you here. We're recapping the recap, yes. I'm happy to find you here. The title page is so good, I feel I don't see your landscape drawing nearly enough attention. I mean, I did have a photo reference for this one. Earlier last year, my sister generously took me on a helicopter ride. Her son, my nephew, is very obsessed with helicopters, so she booked like a short tour over our city, and I was there. So I took a lot of photos, and then, yeah, black and white, they should be there. Thank you for your comments. Actually, once chapter 76 starts updating, you're gonna see the chapter cover, and you're gonna realize that I'm gonna tell you then. I'm telling you now, but that the cover of chapter 76 is what was the cover for this chapter. So these 2 chapters have a lot of related things, not similar things. So on terms of title and on terms of cover art, I kind of did both together and then picked the final cover for each. Hey Tam, welcome to the stream. But yeah, we have. I mean, Black maybe wasn't able to open White's eyes, or did he? He did open his eyes by the end of the chapter to a realization, maybe. But yeah, overall, he spent the majority of this chapter flying, and yeah, we'll go over that. Let's just go over the fashion sheet first, right? We need the fashion sheet, right? Good morning, Silly. Welcome. You kind people waking up and coming here. I hope I managed to wake you up, because people always keep telling me that my voice is so soothing that they that helps them go to sleep. So I hope I wouldn't do that for those people who tried to wake up for this stream. Black is so yeah. This is the main cast of this arc, for the most part, and Irina. Nothing much to comment. I just wanted to show the fashion sheet. I want to draw Black in a jacket like this for the longest time. I thought that I'm gonna draw him with one in chapter 76, but he ended up with one puffer jacket, another kind of puff jacket. And we have Sleepy Daniel by the door. White when he woke up, White by the end of the chapter, Black and his camo hoodie, Jad and his cooking, and Daniel, who just put on his work pants and a trench coat to go with this demanding kid. We'll come back to this. Just wait. We'll come back to this. Where's this chapter? There is this chapter. Of course he looks so done. You know what? This is the thing. I mentioned it before, and I'm going to mention it again for those who joined for the discussion stream for the whole chapter. So Daniel is a very routine-based kind of guy. And everything for him is planned and organized. It is bland too, so that's a Freudian slip there. So everything is arranged in his life. He knows who's gonna come, whether it's delivery, whether it's patients. So anything that happens outside of this schedule, anybody who shows up at his door without prior knowledge on his part, he's not gonna care who you are, and he's gonna answer the door without his glasses. And from this panel, we can conclude that he doesn't see well. He has to move his hand so close to his eyes to tell the time. So that's his way of not caring for your appearance if you didn't take an appointment beforehand. Jad looks so done. Jad is very tired, man. Jad is very... I was thinking of that illustration I drew of the boys and cats, and I'm like, they do better ditching their families and just living with cats, together with cats. And then I thought, but Jad, yeah. The boys are feeling like doing some aerial acrobatic in chapter 75. Yep. They do need that. They've been too tethered to the ground for the longest time. This chapter has a lot of parallels between Black and White, because we have a nightmare for Black, a nightmare for White. We have a talk with Jad for Black and a talk with Jad with White, and then we have White talking to Daniel and Black talking to evil Black, which is right now low-key his therapist, maybe. Jad White and the cat would reborn me. Jad with the cat would cure me. Dude. I'd always thought that I'd be a different role than a healer in an RPG game. But yeah, you're opening my eyes, just like this cover. I'll keep it in mind, definitely. So we start with this nightmare. Nightmare slash memory. And this is a closer look at what he's seeing. We can go over it to feel good about our lives. Waking up, this is the ceiling. Sitting up. People mentioned Tokyo Ghoul when I shared this on Twitter, and I don't know why. One day when I read Tokyo Ghoul, I'll know. The empty. This picture is what haunts me more than anything. This picture has been in my brain forever, so I'm glad that it's out of my brain now. Just the empty dresser. It's too much, man. And this is the entryway from inside. The exit door. The empty drawers. The broken... Like, this is just to show the state of the place. Broken tiles, broken windows. The empty plant pots that he mentioned in chapter 62. And then this. This is another picture that haunted me for the longest time. And then we have this character who a lot of people were wondering, like, is this the social worker? Is this... It's actually the beans... what did White call him? Beanstalk giant, I guess? It's the landlord. And I intentionally picked him because... Yeah, he might end up being important, I don't know. This is a social worker. And then the social worker drive. And then these. Just a look at his point of view. After seeing all this, his view changes between looking at his teddy, his plushed lion, and books. Head empty just like that, but yeah, yeah. I duplicated the plushie view. We have a smiling face here. Maybe one of these social workers who were kind to him. This whole thing brings to mind the idea of Kid White wanting to grow up, because I feel like him being this small and looking up at all these uncomfortable and torturous imagery maybe makes him, or made him, drove him towards hoping to be bigger, taller. Again with these, so you'd have to wonder how many times does he see these images, and probably it happened throughout the story, but we didn't know. And then he wakes up with a smile after hearing his father and his best friend talking. Feel White so much. It's hard. Every time I go back to White's past, it's just really torturous. Not really. Keep in mind this whole reaction when he woke up from a nightmare and then hearing these voices and instantly reaching out to his phone, sending Daniel about his appointment. Just keep it in mind because it's gonna be tackled again in chapter 77. It's not just some random course of action for White. Also, feel free to ask any question or make any comment if you have any while I'm going over the pages as usual. Daniel being angry is a new thing for White. For us too, I feel. He's worse than his he's worse than White with his no feeling thing. Not a fact, just like what we got from him. We didn't get that much emotion showing. Hey Psycho, welcome. Got up really early just to... My god, you're all so nice. I thought starting the stream earlier would be better for a longer time so I wouldn't feel stressed out when I ran out of energy when my sleeping time arrives. But yeah, now I feel both blessed and also a little bit worried, dragging you all out of bed. It really means a lot to me. Thank you. Everyone who woke up needs coffee. Yeah. We're just walking very slowly in this chapter, so take your time. Smiling, hearing their voices after the nightmare. I'm sure something for and from White. It's sure something for and from White. Yes. Definitely. And then he hears from Daniel that he's angry with him and he wants to know why now. So he just gets up quickly and leaves even before like all these curls, which I bet a lot of people like. I personally like them, but White doesn't. So he spends every time he washes his hair, he spends a lot of time just treating it and putting all these stuff to have a less wavy, a less curly hair. But this time he doesn't have the time. He needs to see about an angry therapist. We'll be making breakfast as soon as I can. Oh my god. Frog, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Why did I say hello? I should have said good morning. I genuinely thought that also streaming earlier would be better for more viewers, but maybe later is better after all. The dream was silent and then it broke when White woke up to the chatter between... Yes, I wonder from what he wanted to know. Why he is angry. We discussed this once before. There's definitely a big part of him that is curious, and maybe he's motivated by this curiosity. Like, what would make Daniel angry with me? But at the same time, we'll come to realize by the end of the scene between them that he actually really, really cares for Daniel's opinion and Daniel's view on him. So he really wasn't comfortable with the idea of Daniel being angry with him. You're all waking up for White? I need my black hype people. Come on. No, really. White. He wouldn't believe that people are waking up to see him. Maybe he... I wonder how he'll feel about that. But it's very ironic. There's a layer of irony there that our sleepy head is getting people to wake up just for him. He'd hide if he knew that he'd... Oh my god. Yeah, right. You're right. Definitely. I mean, just black, focusing on him made him all... I need longer bangs, don't you think? Oh my god, silly, thanks for the hydrate. Now I have to. White was faced by the reality that having Jad and Black under the same roof maybe means a tough life for him. Too caring, too curious and questioning. He will have his ammo and then fall back to sleep. Yeah, he wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't believe it. Both boys have this problem of believing that people actually like them. And then he jumps, runs away from both family members, let's call them, and goes to see, he wants to reach Daniel before his first appointment. It's another subtle way to show that White knows even Daniel's schedule. It shows that either White is really interested and knows about his schedule, or that Daniel never changed his schedule ever since White was a kid. Both are valid. White realizing he is being perceived. He hates that, man. He hates that. And Daniel not bothering. This is a funny panel for me, because seeing White after chatting with him, he just goes radio silence, and right there he's in front of him and having no reaction but what? Yeah, it should show you how much important how his day runs is to him. Even if something unexpected and curious happens to him, he wouldn't go like, why? But more like, what? Why are you ruining my schedule? Daniel is entertaining, man. I need to open this. So I can zoom in on things. Like this panel, for example. Why turning to Daniel's being like, what the hell is going on this morning? Yeah, Daniel is really not happy. Throughout this, the chapter, we just go through White's vision, through his bangs, to see how his life is. Look at his hair. I don't know why he doesn't like it. It's fun to draw and... And White came prepared. He has no time to waste. He wants to know why Daniel is angry. So I brought coffee. Let's go to the nearby park. And Daniel isn't a fan. Black, come in 6 years store and you too can get yourself both White hair conditioner and shampoo for 40% off if you use the code Jevi loves fruit. to can have yourself healthy ahog. I love that. Code Jevy loves fruit. Oh my god. I hope I remember. Next sale is gonna be Jevy loves fruit. During the first exchange between Daniel and White, they have similar expressions. Here? They're very, very much alike. White actually took everything from Daniel. He has some mannerism that is like Jad's, but generally speaking, the height, the expressions, the air, the aura, the vibe, it's all Daniel. No wonder one time there was this theory someone sent me about chapter 31, the chapter Daniel is introduced in. Someone said that this is White in the future, and I'm like, damn it! Why didn't I think of that? I wasn't developed enough as a writer to think of that early. But man, such a cool idea to just have White in, like, Daniel could still be there, but imagine if I should just show White in the future and mix between the two, like just make a few changes in their clothing, but it's overlapping through this monologue, because part of the monologue actually fits White. And then we move from angry Daniel back to these light-hearted Black. Whenever you put Black anywhere, he's a little bit more light-hearted than White, right? Maybe when Evil Black shows up, not so much, or Yildar, but other than that, he's the light-hearted part of the story so far. White is like, come on, let's go. I want to know why you're mad at me right now. Exactly. The cutie pie, the sunshine. Yep. And he always just, whenever he comes to a realization and dips down, instantly he jumps back up. And we're gonna see that in the recap stream once we start. He doesn't really wallows for long. Heavy-hearted, light-hearted. Yeah, heavy-hearted, light-headed. That's a good way to put it. Heavy-hearted, light-headed. Yeah. He's not light-hearted at all. So yeah, Black starting the scene with maybe I'm overthinking it. Before that, he actually starts the scene asking Jad if White has been distant with you lately. Once we go over the timeline of the first 5 chapters in this arc, we're gonna see it just fall in place, how White suddenly maybe shifted one step back away from Black, and Black is like, what? It's a little bit colder, man. Where's my warmth? Why take stuff from Daniel just to schedule timeline note from the last session, and Black is doing Karma's work by taking Greyis clothes. Yep. Yeah, Black is just standing up for Daniel's rights, even though he's never met him. Jad is cooking. I had to watch a few videos of visually impaired people doing the cooking to know how easy or how hard or how often people do that. That was fun knowledge. Black will always be the silly airhead in my eyes. He makes my heart feel less anxious a lot of the times. But sometimes, that's the thing. generally speaking, he's an airhead who brings this sunshine to the story. But there are times, the few times where he is in the dark place, it's really, really dark. He's very extreme. No. It's easy to with Wasim and White go over this in volume 9, the award-winning volume 9. How it's easy to forget how hard Black's life is because of how he acts. And even I sometimes not forget, but it's like, oh, he's easier. But when I think about it a little bit harder, I realize that no, actually. There are things I don't feel good talking about myself. This line that needs punctuation and removing of one word, I'll go over that once I start proofreading the book. He's thinking of his father and the cutting. So there are things that he doesn't really like to talk about, even to White. And I feel like it's a big step for him to think of things that he doesn't like and try to understand White through that. Him and Judd just in the kitchen is a treat. And then Jad first, his first best advice of the chapter, opening the boy's eyes with the idea that just talk it out. Talking always tops not talking. Only now have I realized the first arc that relate to Black is end here. Now from chapter 76 we all have arc. No, actually, this is the thing. The recap stream should have happened after the midway, the half chapter that released. But because my sister was getting married and all that, and I was a little behind in the schedule, I couldn't do the stream then. That's why we're gonna discuss chapter 75, which is the first chapter in the second part that focuses on White with Black as well. But yeah, the first part ends with the respite chapter. Because you can clearly see that this chapter White starts moving, starts soaking. So I went through a lot of... I have a few 3D models of playgrounds, and I picked and choose the rides or whatever it is, the parts of the playground that I wanted, because I really wanted this circular thing. I relate this to White often. And then he just jumps at the chance to ask, what are you angry about? He finished his coffee. I was like, come on, tell me, why are you angry? Kitties. Yes, this is actually based off our cat, Eyeless, the blind cat. We get our first surprise moment, surprise line from White when he says, I get that about words. Words are awful. How is Iris doing? She's doing great. She's not Iris, really. She's getting bigger and bigger and gaining a lot of weight, even though we try to monitor her eating, but I don't know, she's just one of those cats that are big. Big, strong eyeless, yes. Here's the thing, White. You and my sister. Something to notice, how he doesn't say you and your mother. I feel like it's a very conscious decision on his part. Jevi is bulking her up to be his bodyguard when he takes over the throne. Yeah, we have been considering just letting her in completely because she's in and out. She sleeps in the balcony and we make her go out touring around the garden on her own. And at night, she stays in. But recently, we've been thinking just to put her to let her in completely. And I look forward to that because Jeffy is a social pet. He always tries, or for the longest time, he tried to be closer to Sia, our cat, but our home cat. But she always hits him. She's very jealous of him, so he stopped. I feel like if I hope if Alice is around, they would be friends, and maybe then he can bulk her up properly to be his bodyguard. He knows that words are awful, but still use them and play by. Yeah. He's not doing as much right now. If you're talking about White, he is really trying. It's funny, and once we start recapping the previous chapters, we're gonna see the switch that happened instantly in him, and made him question his every little thing, and it's gonna continue. That moment when he realized that he's stupid is a moment that defined his whole journey from there on out. It's needed, but it's also sad because he wasn't doing well before this shock. And not being sure of anything isn't a nice place to be in anyway. Alaikum assalam. Ahlan wa sahlan. And then Daniel, being Daniel, just candidly shares what is upsetting him. A lot of people were questioning if Daniel is the ideal therapist for a person like White. I hope in this scene it is shown that, like when he said this line, "I'm critical of this action both as your therapist and as a part of your family." He can separate both, but also use them when or combines them or bring them both. See through both roles of his when needed. White's learning more about Daniel the moment he becomes searched for. Yeah. Speaking of White's wordplay, I think I figured out why I like Greyis despite not liking to read manga in general. It's the wordplay. My poet math likes self. Really, I'm happy to hear that. The latest video I shared about the sketchbook tour, 2024 sketchbook tour, I had 2 thumbnails, and I just there's this feature on YouTube where you can upload up to 3 thumbnails and make, based on how people interact with your video, they're gonna choose the one that is gonna stick. And of course, the one that is less me is the one that stuck or attracted more viewers. But yeah, the one I chose is the one with the wordplay. I drew pencil sketches, 65 pencil sketches, and I scratched the sill, so it's pen sketches because I didn't use a pencil. I just love word plays. I love noticing words and being, I don't know, take them apart and come up with imagery for that. So I'm glad that that is exactly what attracts you, because it's a thing that is good when you do it well, but can really break and fall apart when you go overboard. And if you missed it, we have here Daniel being angry about lying. This scene was in my mind back in maybe 2021. There was a discussion on Discord, people trying to understand stuff, and they said, but White doesn't lie. And I'm like, wait, I just interjected to tell them White doesn't lie to Black. He doesn't lie to Black, but he easily lies to anyone else. Doesn't like to lie, but if needed, he's gonna lie. So yeah, Daniel doesn't get behind that, and I kind of tried to play around with the panels, bringing him forward because he doesn't get behind that. And then White suddenly transforms into his teen self in my head, I feel. Just his actions throughout this talk is very... They're not childish, but they're not what you would call... what White like to be, this collected, well put together and mature look just by standing. Thank you, and I love Daniel. I always think about his perspective on White's life journey, and I love imagining that not so guardian, not so professional in between relationship they have. He can be very objective and can really take himself out of the context of being a blood relative, and when needed, and he can remove his therapist self when needed. And we've seen him. I didn't like point them out directly, but you can see them throughout all his interactions. When he's needed as an uncle, he's there, and when he's needed as a... He's not fully there as an uncle, because there is a layer of being an uncle, meaning he's related to the person that broke this kid. But when he needs to be less of a therapist, let's put it that way. And then these pages that broke my back, they literally broke my back. I was so glued to the tablet in all the wrong poses, trying to figure out how to arrange all these elements. One thing that would have made it easy is, this is like for all of you artists here. One thing that would have made it easy, if I made this page that White is floating over, tilted to this side, or just put vertically, vertically, just the right way, no need for any tilting. But I did choose the tilting and tilting in this direction because in comic rules, if you're going, like, if you're writing from right to left or from left to right, when you decide to go with the layout in the opposite direction, that means something is hard. So if there's like a manga about fighting, boxing, or a manga about running, for example, when it's hard for the character in the panel, they're usually put against the reading direction. So I had to stick to this look because this whole sequence, as we all know, is very hard on White. He starts the scene by "I'm sorry," which is like he directly goes from... we're gonna start seeing how shaken he is by everything that's happened in this arc. That he's just being raw and just open, isn't really so strict about what he says or how he looks. He really needs something. He's trying to understand something, one thing or another, not one specific thing. So he goes from Daniel. Daniel tells him what he's angry about, and he can just defend himself. Or especially if you look at White and how he treats Daniel back in chapter 39, it's strange that he would just go from that to here, just directly saying, "I'm sorry," apologizing. You're welcome, Tam. Andy saying, "Interesting." Me looking at the page and seeing this Daniel saying, "Interesting." Okay. White hates talking about himself, his mantra since chapter 73. He just hates talking about himself. You can Danny too. Which I found kind of odd of White. Yeah. I love doing these discussion streams and recaps in general. Or I'm doing this recap for this arc because it's very easy to just miss everything that is being thrown at White at once. Even Black. I want to... This is I don't remember how it's said, but I looked up what the word therapist in French is, because White is definitely not beating the allegations that he knows French, knows how to speak in French. And bringing it to Daniel means he probably... Maybe Daniel speaks French too. Maybe they are... his mother's side of the family are French. Who knows? We leave it up in the air. Daniel taking all these notes, like, yeah, you came out of line. You came without an appointment and you dragged me here with coffee that I didn't make. But I'm gonna... That's how much I care. I'm gonna just keep notes of everything that I'm noticing so that we can talk about it later. Unkempt look. Words are awful. And ability to talk to therapist. But then he goes and talk. He lets out all his feelings, how much he's uncomfortable with talking to Daniel, because I feel like Daniel is pretty intimidating to White. I feel like with other patients, I imagined him with other patients, and I feel like he wouldn't give them this feeling of judging. But maybe White, because he placed Daniel in this role of a devil's advocate for the longest time, he kind of created this problem for himself. Because now he doesn't know which are which are Daniel's opinions and which are just the counter argument. Let me open the door to Sia. Bye bye, Sissy. And then he's just floating high, feeling lighter and lighter, and going higher and higher. And then Daniel asks, do you possibly have an opinion about yourself regarding your behavior that you're imposing on me? What a way to start of your morning. A therapy session. I know, right? An unpaid, unplanned therapy session. And floating white just crashes into real white. Like, dude, don't do that to me. Compared to when White was talking to Black about why Black keeps forgetting him, this seems more bearable. Oh yeah, he was losing him. Ugh, he was really, really stressing out back then. Maybe it is getting easier, but it doesn't feel that way to him yet. This panel, you could argue different things on White's regarding White's answer. But yeah, when I was writing, I didn't want people to think that White isn't really sure of things. Like, he's probably not sure about the moving, but he never thought that. He never. How do I put it? He never looked down on himself whenever he was there for Black. He never felt. He had a collection of negative feelings and thoughts towards the idea of Black forgetting him over and over again. But him coming back wasn't forceful. He wasn't forcing himself to come back and try again. He hated it every time. But he did it willingly. Yeah. And then you can see here, and every time he talks about things that happened in the past chapters, that there are a lot of things that whenever someone says something that hurts him or doesn't sit well with him, it just sticks there inside of him. He doesn't talk about it, he doesn't bring it up, but it's there. Whenever there is an opening to mention it, he's gonna mention it. Kind of like, you would think that what his talk with Lana is just. But in the past, they talked, she asked the question, he explained himself, he then apologized about the way he reacted. But something stuck there. She asking that is still a point where he's not understanding, or a point that maybe he understands but doesn't like. I do realize that he didn't bring it up to his therapist before. Way to go, White. Why are you paying money if you're not talking about what's bothering you? And then Daniel jumps from that's harsh to, okay, I have to sit alone in silence in my peace, have my own coffee before I start before I start work, before I start the first session. So let's leave. Daniel is really strict with his life. And then the sigh of relief, because I've been wanting to reach this point since forever. I talked about it multiple times on the Discord, but I wanted it in book for those who just read the book or just read the updates. The fact that Daniel pre-White wanting him to be a therapist is different from Daniel after post, because that one was just the counter argument, all the voices before chapter 55. That's what Daniel was. And after chapter 55, he's become the therapist with proper opinion, professional opinion. Daniel has to have very good boundaries, because White really does. White doesn't have boundaries. I'd love to hear more. I love this. He really gives the idea. White does give the idea of a person who has boundaries, but not really. Yeah. Slams door. We're talking now. And this whole chapter started with White sending Daniel about, we're going to talk. I want to confirm my appointment for Wednesday. And Daniel says that I can't. So once he found, this whole attitude of White is fascinating and fun to write, but is kind of frustrating. People are like White is very frustrating, because they have something they want to say, but they keep waiting for the right opportunity or the right door. So if you don't, like, I have this friend, I'm gonna bring it back because just recently happened. I have this friend who I met like 3 times. There were like some off time between the 3 times, but on the 3rd time, we were meeting because before she travels abroad, and she's saying she's traveling for a month or so. So she's saying, "My God, I really wanted to say this. I wanted to bring up this topic, this certain topic, for the last 3 times, but there were never a time." And I'm like, we met for 3 times, but I think I understand her because she's been my friend for the longest time. She's just like White, waiting for a certain, I don't know, a very specific period of time in silence, or a certain topic to be brought up, or so she can segue into it, you know? And this drives me crazy, but it's entertaining to write with White. So once Daniel says that, if you find anything else that is keeping you from being honest with me as your therapist, tell me next time. And White instantly goes, next time? You said that you can't on Wednesday, so when is this next time? And Daniel gets it instantly and just chuckles. So White is like, if I wanted to take this not the comical route, I would have raised Joan brick walls, because he's raising everything. Like, why did you chuckle? Are you making fun? What did I say? Just White being too self-conscious. White likes to think that he knows what to do given any situation, but when the scenario doesn't fit in the near box, you get to see how he truly responds. Yeah, 100%. He's been living comfortably with Jad and Daniel for the longest time, and with Black's amnesia. Like, Black is unpredictable, but his amnesia keeps White comfortable, because Black doesn't know much. But now the whole landscape is changing, and it's very, very entertaining to write him not really knowing. It's so fun. I love when know-it-all start not knowing. It's very fun. And then White, once Daniel says your air is different, White is like, yeah, so about that, what does that mean anyway? And Daniel is smiling and just comfortable with his patient. Seeing the tsundere vibes. Not really. It's like, I can't say out loud. I can't really express what your air is different mean, because you're gonna run away and I'll never see you. And believe it or not, I do want to see you. And White again asks when this next time is, and we end at a good place between these two. When Daniel says, see you on Wednesday. But of course, White can't keep us in a good place, because he starts his monologue about, did I feel so unattached to the ground when I was a kid? How high can I go upwards? And you feel good, like, yeah, being higher, being lighter, these are good words, positive words. And then you flip the page and he's saying, and why doesn't it feel as good as it sounds? White, God, I love you. My God, 1 hour and we still haven't scratched the surface of this chapter. We jump from there to a flashback. We finally have this flashback. Those who have the handbook for volume 8 and the handbook for volume 9, especially 9, I'm not sure about 8, but 9, there were in my notes a lot of mentions of molding agency scene. Because I've been wanting to share this scene for the longest time, but now is the proper time. Now that Black is digging into his memory. Looking slick after therapy, yeah. It's the glasses, man. The aviator glasses make anyone look good. That's my theory. And we have Kid Black. I miss draw. I need another shout out to the day we get clippings back, because I do miss drawing children. Kid Black is always entertaining. Noir, people who don't like him and people who like him probably and should at least feel good about this scene. Without thinking of him overall as a parent, I feel like what he did here is a good thing. They asked if we're interested in a modeling job for you. And Black is like, did you tell them I'm for? I don't know. This whole interaction makes me... this question from Black to Noir, I don't know. It just makes me feel things like... I don't know. You kind of feel like this familiarity, when you think of this man and this kid who is 4 years old talking to his father this way, it just gives you a feeling of the dynamic they have. The one and only Noir enjoyer approves of this scene. The one and only Noir? Andy, are you the only... and I mean, you were the one and only one who liked... who answered that they liked Noir in that poll. Hard to admit it, but yeah. Hey, we got a yeah from N. I'm pretty sure here nobody can come out of this interaction without thinking of him as a parent, because there are people who read this and instantly thought of Yildar. Like, my God, why couldn't he be like that with Yildar? And I'm like, but look how he's good to Black. We can think about Yildar when Yildar comes. We can see through Yildar's eyes. I have a whole chapter sketched and ready for how Yildar sees this whole... or how Yildar sees his father, so... let's just wait for that. You, my son, are destined for greatness. If you haven't missed it, this whole scene, or this specific panel, was mentioned in words, not in visuals, in Volume 6, Chapter 45, I guess. And when Black asked if Rita would be there, when did Rita show... Rita was here. Rita was playing with a snail right here. She doesn't really care for what's happening. And it's cute that Black wants Rita with him, but Rita is like, don't wanna. And then we end the scene with an earth to black. We're going back for an adorable scene between black and white. Because we're not gonna stick chapter 75 next to the whole, the first 4 chapters when we do the recap, I'm gonna say it here. We're gonna walk through the timeline of what White went through in this day. He woke up after a nightmare, realized Daniel is angry with him, drove without taking care of his hair, all the way to Daniel. Had that very intense talk and mental parkouring with Daniel, and then drives back here to black. We'll see how it goes from here. Got some positive memories about Nora coming to black. Are there any bad memories? I wonder. And we get to see... So this scene shows flat out all the parallels between black and white. Black is overthinking, and white is trying to feel. Very analytically trying to feel. I do feel curious. Curiosity is a feeling of interest. I don't know. I don't think that's how you feel, but good for you for trying. And then White doesn't let it go. He just wants to bring up Black's father. To prove a point, we get this adorable interaction. White flat out complimenting Black, and Black is like, stop. They do have problems with being loved, man. Some people interpreted this smirk as him just playing around, joking with what he said above, but actually he's just happy about winning. He did... Let me close this. He genuinely meant what he said. And Black doesn't really, isn't really hiding whatever White is saying. He's not. He's trying to just look away, claws off. But it's showing, I feel. He's not really rejecting whatever it is White is saying. White's love confession, yeah. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We'll just have to wait for Black to catch him at a more comical place and bring it up again. Like, yeah, tell me you love me again, because I was so in a very rejection mode to take it in properly. Finally, Black has the space for the memories to resurface. Hawkman was occupying the headspace for a long while. True. 100%. This part, I was impressed that throughout these 14 years, nobody ever brought up this idea of how Kid Black went from I'm gonna jump to save my brother to, oh, I should just run away. I kind of I always imagine the day where I just collect all the pieces, all the scattered flashbacks of the day they met on the rooftop into one proper timeline. Because this works in episode 2 and chapter 2 when it started, it works. He's a kid, he wants to jump, and then he thinks of run away. there's an abusive situation, so it's understandable. But the more you learn, the more it doesn't make sense. Like, why do you want to run away, actually? If you're doing all that to protect this person, why did you ever thought of running away? But yeah, White has a theory here. Lana, he never said that to me he never said that properly. He never said that probably. Not properly. I wonder if he said it. And if he said it, he probably wasn't so convincing. I don't know. Would anyone feel convinced by White saying, I love you? There should be things backing that up, right? And then Black decides to strike back and change this conversation from all of White's talks about how you love your father to, oh yeah, you really thought a lot about this topic because you don't know anything about and it bugs you, right? In general, I think Noir as a father for the first time for Ildar and still in a playful mind was one of the reasons why he was bad compared with Black as the last son. In general, if you bring a lot of kids over a long period of time, the last kid gets a treatment like the one that you get from grandparents, especially if the parents married at an older age. Like if they got married in their 30s or 40s and then they started getting kids, usually by the time they're 60 and they have a very young child, a teenager or a preteen or a tween, they won't really be authoritative with them, I feel like. So that's true. First kid in general always gets different treatment than I'm not gonna just mark it as worse, but just different treatment because it's the parents' first experience of having a child. Even honestly, personally, I've never had children. I'm not gonna compare humans to animals, but to me, even the first pet I got, the first rabbit I got, I treated them very obsessively, very protective-wise. I was very protective and very controlling in a way. Freaking out about everything, stuff like that. When now with Jevi is like, he's not eating today. Well, tough luck. Maybe he's depressed. He's a little depressed today. So I just wait it out for a few days and usually it passes. You know, I've noticed recently that the Hawkman hovers over Black from behind when he comes. And White does the same thing, and I don't think I remember seeing Ildar doing that. What? What are you saying, Psycho? What are you saying? I'm gonna compare humans to animals again. Animals who give you their back completely means they trust you. Also, Ildar probably didn't do it because Black was always the one that goes to him. But that's a very nice observation, not gonna lie. White probably shares Hawkman's stalking tendencies. We can't deny that, right? Another point for Black being a little bit of a grown-up here, rather than what he used to be, in comparison to where he used to be, by not actually bringing up White's mother instantly, but just thinking it. Like, I'm curious too. If you're curious about my father, I'm curious about your mother. But he didn't say it out loud. And then he says I don't know. What do you call it? the winning line. I forgot the term, but he said the golden line of Lack of Homes does that, because from the very first chapter, from the cover of the very first volume, we get the boys surrounded by cardboard boxes everywhere. And if you didn't notice it in all its subtle hints, it's just flat out said here by Black, of all people. Lack of Homes does that, I guess. Why do they have too many boxes? They just move from one place to another. Even though they have families, they have houses, they crash at places, they live together. In Black's case, they have multiple houses. They're rich and all that, but still, the boxes are there everywhere. God, I still can't take White's confidence. Why? Look at him. He can't be more serious than this. Listen, I really, really, really wanted... I mentioned this before. I really wanted to draw their faces from front, but any focus on this... any more focus on this moment is gonna be... What I love about it is the casualty of it all. I didn't want it to be too big, but it is a genuine moment. I'm low-key a little bit worried that it doesn't seem that way, to the point that I feel like maybe I should just go back and do something about it, if that's how it looks. Alright, I found it where the Hawkman hovers in volume 8, chapter... Yes, that's in chapter 60. He comes from behind when he's suing, right? It is definitely interesting. A very interesting observation that I didn't notice myself. And I love that. I always love when someone brings up something that I didn't notice or I didn't intentionally do. But Black does have different expressions from chapter 60, right? He didn't look as adorable as he looks here. And then no break for White, from a nightmare to an angry therapist to a heated back and forth with his best friend to an old story from his father. The problem is within me, that's why it's hard to not see him as joking. No, I really am, because there are people who didn't think of it as serious. That's why I'm thinking about myself. I don't think I'll change anything now, but yeah. I'll have to go over it before the book is published. And serious Black, calm Black is, in general, he's very... He has his own charm, I guess. And yeah, he just... I'm going to sleep, I'm sleepy, but still, he's a little bit awake after White leaves. Because he's obsessing about the fact that White isn't looking at him. This page has... It was fun and very fast to panel, and I'm happy with it in general. It did feel a little bit architectural at times, but in general, I feel that I'm happy that I managed to lay out it in hopefully an interesting way. Who knows, maybe later I'll cry. I mean, if you just enjoyed it and take it as a joke and laughed, I feel like even if you take it seriously, it's a fun moment more than anything. It's not an emotional one. You would never imagine White saying it in an emotional way, in a very over the top or straightforward way. It's gonna be casual and it's gonna be on the sidelines, like everything White does. Black is taking steps, character development, with him not expressing his thoughts, and then we have White attacking everything that he's ever been, all the knowledge that he got from books and encyclopedias and novels. He's just throwing it all out and wondering if there's another way to live. And he's so fast that he didn't even tie his shoes. That's character development with White. Black going to take a short bunny nap. Yes, and we know now that sleeping means memories, so you should expect him to get that nightmare slash memory with evil Black. White with his Killua aura again. Sometimes he just screams Killua. And he has to act fast and ask. He's not asking the question that many people thought he would. He's just interested about friendship. The Stoke where it starts with friendship and ends with an identity crisis. That's why I say White doesn't catch a break in this chapter. From one thing to another. And Jad also first looking really good with a scarf, and then taking another win as a fan favorite by saying great stuff about friendship and stuff that steered White into a direction that could serve him well. Whiplash, yep. I was thinking in this chapter and the following chapter that if the book is gonna be called Recap and Retell, the tagline for the book. But there is like a subtextual tagline that goes, what does it mean to know someone? Because relationships means stripping a lot of layers and get to know someone truly. That's what makes a real, true relationship, friendship. Either way, isn't this the first time saying the word love? Probably. I can't be 100% sure, but it's definitely the first time he expresses something very candidly, very easily, and not anything, not like I feel or I am hurt or no, I love. That's, yeah, for White is a milestone, especially with him just a chapter before thinking that he never uses verbs or actual emotions. He always says like, the day was fun, this made me angry. It's not about him, like I feel. Not even to his fiance, but his friend. I don't know if he said it to Lana, but I wouldn't take anything he did as an adult that seriously, especially with Lana, because it was a role for him. So even if he said it, we've seen him playing with her hair and saying princess. You know? Get what I mean? But to his friend, yeah. I see what you mean about hoping to cry next time, if that's how you're reading it. I love the transition from grown white to kid white. This was fun to illustrate. I was working on it in an airport. And I was wondering, people, if anybody reads manga and sees this, is gonna think it's just some power thing. When it's your slice of life story. Trust me. Chad talking about his and Noir's friendship, and it kind of should make you understand more about how they were apart, but Noir came back and they just went back to talking all fine. It feels that way between... Like it does feel like their friendship is strong, even though they are very different, even though they went separate ways for the longest time, even with all the things that tarnished their past, they still share this bond that makes each of them welcome the other at any time. Black is my princess. We've never associated Black with princesses before, did we? I'm gonna keep... Yes, I'd love to be your company and keep you safe. Sane. What is English? I wonder, when you were reading, did you notice these? What did you think about them before you flip the page? I'd love to hear your thoughts about these two illustrations of the stage and lights. I don't know if you were seeing them, if you were building anything towards them, even the hands with the clapping. Sometimes I am very curious and I would love to like just stalk and observe people as they go through the pages. Thanks for the hydrate, Sleepy. What's really putting up the performance? He's also putting the effort or trying to change, because he talked to Daniel, just like chapter 73, he talked to Daniel, he talked to Black, and now he's just easily talking to Jad again. He generally talks easily to Jad. Maybe we mentioned it last stream, or not last stream, when this updated, how it's how easy White looks around Jad, and it does have to do with Jad not being able to see, probably. I'm glad to hear that, Andy. This part of the chapter really struck me. Sometimes you do... a person sometimes really easily just acts a part without even being convinced of it or noticing that he's playing a part. I did catch myself doing that a lot of the time, but it needed some years for me to pass. I needed to go through it and grow up. I think age is what helped me notice it and question it in a way. But in White's case, it's very understandable that he'd go down this route with everything that was his childhood. It's easy to understand why he just plays this part. But still, it shocked him. He knew the role that he chose. He knows how his life is dictated by other people's perceptions of him. But he was shocked to learn that, wait, was I really not taking advantage, but was there an advantage for Black's memory loss in a way that protected this image that I'm playing, this role that I'm playing? But we were the only ones who read that thought. To Jad, he just said maybe, yeah, I keep going back to that phase because maybe that's what happens when your best friend keeps forgetting you. And then we switch to Evil Black. Evil Black with all his stacks of paper, arranged memories, and Black losing it completely. He knew the role he had chosen, but he never knew the outcome it would bring. Yeah, definitely. It's not something he decided, but he realized that, oh wait. Because as I said here, when he was talking to Daniel, that's exactly what he meant. Like, I did what I did. I hated that he keeps forgetting me. But I never regretted or looked down at how I come back and stay around him. So then it evolved to realizing that, oh yeah, maybe that's why I never really looked down on it or hated it, because there's a benefit for me, you know? Thanks for the follow, Teleco. Hello. Evil Black smiling and crying really gives the most desperate... Evil Black on his own is a thing, man. He was just a needed... It's funny. It's how Black always deals with the twists and turns that life offers him. He just creates a character, makes a boss out of them to fight. But it's gonna be different this time. In the beginning of Volume 9, when he started forgetting Ty and the kids, White flat out asked him, do they have animal heads yet? And he's like, no, not yet. And he sees bloody versions of Ty's face and stuff like that. It's always either animal heads or some morbid imagery. But right now, he's just dealing with a human like himself, with his own self. So that in itself is a new thing. And he goes from this smirk to this smile to this tear. Blind faith can get us so far. The only way to disambiguate something is to know it. And he leaves Dreamland or Nightmareland and goes to check on our averting eyes friend. This whole scene is just warm, it felt like to me. They're very casual and cozy and homey. The homey vibes were really nice. And we switch from Black and everything that's happened with Evil Black to White, going back to thinking that the more he talks, the lighter he feels. And we learn through it that, yeah, the lighter he feels, the higher he goes. The higher you go, the thinner the air gets, and how suffocating it is. This whole thing feels. And anyone who never likes to talk about them or doesn't talk for the longest time, a lot of people spend their whole time growing up without talking. Like they hit puberty and realize either by experience or observation that talking isn't really a beneficial thing, sadly. And they decide not to talk. So when there's time for them to talk, it's not really an easy ride at first. I don't know how I'm gonna present it through White, but if you are that kind of person, I would tell you from experience, not from experience, but from observation and knowledge of other people, because thankfully, I've never had problems talking about my own problems and stuff. Maybe art helped me a lot express. But yeah, at first it's hard. I know that there are areas that I don't like to talk about, and at first it's hard. But it's like ripping the band-aid. You just remove it and then it's easier with time. Hopefully you can go and join White and enjoy the ride. However, I try to present it. White doing housework, mending. I was writing a script for a video about visual subtext in manga, and in Greyis specifically. And yeah, I was mentioning how White going back to his home, his childhood home, how it's abandoned and how he's fixing it up and mending it and revamping stuff. It's a layer that you can see as an overarching theme of how he is trying to change and get better. Maybe just tackle the past slowly, casually, cleaning stuff, you know? Black, observant Black is just keeping count of all the times White isn't looking and when and how, what makes him not look. While White questions this unfiltered admiration, not questions, but notices, points out this unfiltered admiration. Maybe he does enjoy it a lot in a way that made it fine for him, for Black to not know him on a real level. And then we reach the last scene. We tackle a subject that Black was thinking about. He was thinking about how interested he is in learning about White's mother and probably White's past in general, because he probably never asked and never was free to just think about it. And White doesn't really talk about it. He mentions the story, he doesn't bring up the person. Them playing hide and seek is so adorable. So many possibilities for clipping Greyis. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Still, it also shows them, it's very adorable, but they're always been together, which is very nice, but at the same time, it's kind of sad how lonely they both are and how they didn't have anyone but one another. And then you think how they grew up and how Black keeps forgetting and all that. It's just, it's nice to see the progression now and trying to get better and go through it in a different way now. But yeah, there's always a tint of bittersweetness to their childhood. But yeah, clippings return. We need that. I mentioned last stream that White just revamping the whole place and putting these 3 frames, which is Black's Welcome Back, Jad's Self-Worth poem, and this paper that probably Daniel kept it. I'm gonna say it now because I don't know if it's gonna be present or mentioned flat out. in the series, but Daniel is the one that kept this drawing. For him to put them up, it's very curious. It's a curious decision on his part. It either tells you that White is actually trying to open up, or he knows that nobody's going to question whatever he presents to them because they just leave him be. Both are valid. We'll never know what really made him hang these up. But it's very interesting, and it paid off. Whether he was sure that nobody's gonna ask about them, he's been proven wrong. Because who's the other person in the house? It's Jad, who doesn't see. So he's either been proven wrong by Black being observant right now. I'm a changed person. I'm gonna notice stuff. I'm gonna ask about them. Or he got what he wanted, which is he wanted Black to see them and ask at some point. Maybe sooner than he anticipated, but it happened. White came back for good, and now he's so unwell when he's doing good for himself. He's so unwell, man. Very, very unwell. Still, he's trying. He's more than anything, he's curious. Maybe he has some Daniel genes in him. He probably does. He's very curious. How far can I go with this talking thing? Yes, he's covering his mouth instantly. Once he started talking about this thing Black asked about, he covers his mouth. But still, he's too curious not to try and see how high can he get. And maybe it's beginner's luck. Maybe it's always the case, or it's always what's gonna be the case. He was rewarded instantly. He said just one line, and Black is like, wait, I remember this. Another time this is the first time. The second time is in chapter 76, where I just do this whole thing of flashbacks being manga pages, because they are manga characters. Why wouldn't they have flashbacks as manga pages? So this is just a manga page opening up in Black's head, and the panels are falling. And I tried. I'm happy with it. I hope it was clear how they still react the same, and there is some level in them, maybe if they dig deeper, where they are just their childhood selves that they want to connect to. Black is still coming out of nowhere with surprising questions or surprising lines, and White is still taken aback by this genuine and straightforward reactions from Black. And we all love White in these moments of, I don't know how to call these moments. They're you know the moments. Hey Lucy, thank you. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. If White's willing to be at Black's side by helping him unlock memories, he's gotta open up a lot for every explanation behind every memory. Yeah, definitely. White kept the memories framed. Does he need them for something? Who knows what he's thinking? He's a very strange individual. Because you would think a person like him, closed off and doesn't really open up, wouldn't take these things from the past and just hang them up. Like, he asked Daniel flat out, what do you think of me? Do you think of me like I'm spineless and with no pride or whatever, by going back to Black's side everything I have when he keeps forgetting me? But then he hangs up the paper of Black writing welcome back and put it in a place where Daniel doesn't go out, but maybe he will one day and visit White's house. He will see it. So he's a very strange individual. White is sometimes really complex. A reminder, perhaps. I personally don't know what to say. He's... Again, White being surprised is always a fascinating sight to see as a Mr. Know-It-All. And Black being unsure if he is remembering or making up is in itself a big step for him, because he usually just assumes whatever he's remembering is the truth, but now he doesn't anymore. In a way, they're both in the same page of not sure of how their heads and their hearts work. He's just a romantic. He's gotta make anything that provoke emotions into a display. Romanticist. Why did he say you've always been a sentimental? Yeah, here. When he said you've always been so sentimental, and why? And I'm not thinking like, why? You're one to talk. You're very sentimental yourself. And then Black will open the Psycho. Psycho is the #1 fan of Black and Daniel interacting or meeting. When I reach that point, you are the first person I'm gonna think about. I know all of you are waiting for this, but Psycho keeps bringing it up over and over again, so it's stuck to my head. Psycho. One day, Daniel, Black, you're gonna see it. And then we have this fist bump. We needed that, right? Just them casually bumping fists. Rita comes, we don't see her. She's just here in an imaginary place to pick up some very real boxes. And Black is very sure of himself that it's fine, look away, I don't mind. I'm glad I know what is uncomfortable for him. Back in the day, he didn't tell me, he just screamed. He means this memory, he just screamed. In the future, he's gonna tell me. He's gonna tell me more. Them broing, 100%. You're praying for it, it's gonna happen. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. I didn't think of it. It's a safe variation of them using fists at each other. 100%. Black leaves with all of the optimism of the whole world. Too optimistic, maybe? You could argue that. And White thinks very realistically of what happened, but also was able to have a little bit of optimism himself. How beautiful is the view from up there. And it's true. Yeah, it is hard. It is suffocating to talk about stuff that you don't want to talk about. But Black, without knowing, just showed him that there could be some good coming out of it. But yeah, it's White. He can't be too optimistic for long, so he just switch instantly to oh man. But yeah, if I talk and climb high mountains, fly high altitudes, is this image of mine, this cardboard image of mine, is it gonna hold up? And we get the answer in the visual. Maybe it's a darker way to think of stuff, but it's a step. It's a positive step nonetheless. Since Sora from Kingdom Hearts had Donald and Goofy helping him get his memory back, Black has Jivy and Sia. Way. Oh, Black has Jivy and Sia. Black and Jivy is a very, very fluffy idea. Yay, we finished before 2 hours. We're gonna start the recap stream. We're gonna just talk in general about the timeline of events in the recap from chapter 71 to chapter 74.5. I'm gonna show the chapters as sketches and the chapters as storyboards. Maybe just run through the script because I don't know, I don't find any entertaining value to showing the scripts, but I'll just show them quickly. I also want to do this. I want to do this analytic thing. I have all the cast, all the characters that appeared, and we're just gonna give points. So if you want to think about it, I do have some rough idea how we're gonna give them points. Whenever they do something good, they get 3 points. Whenever they do something bad or something that is hindering progress, we're gonna take 3 points. And we'll see who's winning by the end of it. From chapter 71 to chapter 74 and a half, we're gonna see who's been dealt the better hand between the two boys. And get see ratings for the characters, see who's gonna win. I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised, it's probably gonna be White, but who knows? There are a lot of surprises. I won an award, so that was a big surprise. But before we move to the next part of this stream, I will need a break. Bathroom break, praying break, yep. So I will be right back in, let's say, 10-15 minutes. I don't think I'll hit 15 minutes, but let's say 15 minutes to be just in case. Snack break. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I could grab something. Be right back. Okay, thank you for waiting. Where were we? Here. This. Blue in the blue. I think. Blue in the blue, yes. It's a thing I got from the Clipsidio assets. Blue on black. Just let me send documents. Share, airdrop. Thank you for waiting. Let's see. Show and Finder and drag these here. Now, before we begin, I want to set the record straight by writing out the timeline with you all. So we have this in volume 9, our award-winning book. This whole ordeal between black and white. So let's call this day 1. It's a nice allusion to his journey into the sky at the end of... I love that. Thank you for making it make sense. So let's be shocked together and see how... and see the timeline. So day 1, let's call it thigh cut day. Thigh cut fire. What's this thumb? This is nice enough. Is the text scary? All 72 hours of it. Should I make the font bigger? Is it clear? Thanks. So day 1 we have the thigh cut fight. Day 2, they decide to, or white decides to force black to go see the Mamsers. So day 2 is apology day. And bro hug day. We can't forget this. Oops. Bro hug day. Day 3. So this day ends the thigh cut day, which is... Oh yeah. The following day, chapter 70, is the bro hug day. There, we should see it, right? There. This is a positive, right? Should be. We're doing this so we can start with the points, but just that. So this day ends. And we go to the epilogue. Now, the epilogue is... That's about all that happened. I imagine that this is his call with Violet the following day. So day 3 is the epilogue. Epilogue, and the baby grown up white. You know the one, right? Baby grown up white. We're talking about the last page, right? This one. From there, we go to the first chapter in this arc. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 consists of 3 scenes. I wrote that somewhere. 3 scenes. Yes. We need 1 hug at the end of volume 10. I don't mind if... We got a confession, and we got a Let's White, and we got a lighthouse big illustration. Isn't that enough? A fist bump, too. So chapter 71 has 3 scenes. It's 1 big scene of Black arranging stuff for his memory map, or his memory walkthrough, as he calls it. Now, before we go through the chapter, day 3 is when Black asks White, which is this flashback. This flashback when he asks him. This is day 3, this scene. And when it's done, they go to take off the cast of White's hand. And then White drops him off at this house, and he works on the memory walkthrough. All that in day 3. They need to hug too. And I'll want another bro hug even more after chapter 7. You already know what's gonna happen in chapter 76? It's always not enough with these. Yeah, but you know how it is. Things lose their... My god, I should remember this line. Things lose their color with overexposure. I'm trying to remember a line. So, things pale with overexposure to sunlight. So, we like to keep the hugs precious. When I said we, I meant them and the readers. I do too, but still, I like to keep myself hanging. The weight of the memories is bending Black's back. Yeah, see? You're very right. And this is the next morning. So... Day 4 is basketball, white. Just to keep things in perspective. Just to understand the mental state of every person. No, not with them, I'm sure. I sure hope so. So, all this to say, we're gonna start. We have this diagram. Don't look at these things because I didn't change. It's not about temperature and it's not about rain. Maybe tears and temperature of whatever. And there is no text here and there is no average rainfall. But we're talking about character development and character mental state. We have the cast. Now, the mental state is just specifically for Black, White, and Jad, probably. You should make a collage of all the bro... Yeah, you should. Well, if you feel like it, I encourage you. But yeah, we're gonna see character development slash character love. I don't know how we're ranking this. We're giving 3 points for every positive thing, 3 points for every negative thing. And then the mental state, so we can see who is having it worse in this arc so far, Black or White. Now, I'm just saying, I feel like Black starts with mental state wise, he starts with a bigger sum than White, don't you think? Because White is this person who had to force himself to tell his brother that you are a special person to me and I rather talk to you way more than Daniel and stuff like that. But he forced himself because he doesn't like to open up about feelings. And he was worried about Black's memories. He learned from Wasim that Black remembered him, but he doesn't know when or how. He was an observer to Black's struggle, then Black's cut. So White isn't doing very well in the beginning, right? We're gonna start... Yesterday I was working and I laughed out loud. I was working on this thing. Do I still have the chart? One of the charts, I was checking what chart I want. And I was just writing numbers, and I think I deleted them. But one of them I just wrote for White, minus 100. He starts with minus 100. But we're gonna play a fair game, so not that much. Give me a number for Black, and give me a number for White. White should be less than Black, mental state-wise. From what we observed right here. And despite this very pensive illustration of Black, he does start in a good place. We have 4 viewers on YouTube and 12 on Twitch, so we call Black Twitch and White YouTube. He does spend a lot of time on YouTube anyway. Black 60, White 30. Black 60 and White 30. Black just has this way of rebounding that White could never. Yeah. True. True. He's already starting with a lesser number. 60 and 30, that's a lot. Also, I hate round numbers. No. Round numbers are easier to do mathematics with, right? If we're gonna go with 60 for Black, 30 is a lot. That's a big difference. Mine's 799 due to broken back. He did get his back broken, right? But he was happy by then, no? He was thinking how to use it. Maybe he will start with 30. I mean, he's happy for Black, right? He can't be just 30. Let's go with 45. I hate 5. 40. $43. 44. Are they out of 100? No. That's why I was gonna, when I didn't get an answer, I was going to go with 4 and 12. 4 from the YouTube viewers and 12 from the Twitch viewers. There's no... We're just gonna look at the graph at the end, the charts. Black gets 27, white gets 21. That's a little bit, yeah, more realistic. $27. White, 21. As for character development, I think they both are equally. They start at equal grounds because White did send those messages to Black in the end, by the end of chapter volume 9, and Black did apologize and stuff. So character development should start the same. So we'll start with 0, 0. Because I mean, I don't know, apologizing for something you did wrong or expressing your love to your brother doesn't give you any extra points, right? Now the rest, I don't know. We'll see when we as we go. I guess everyone starts with 0. Day 4 is baseball. Baseball? Baseball. Basketball. True. So after he apologized to the Mamsers, after he hugged White, after he talked to Violet, and then asked White, was he there throughout the 2 years apart? On the same day he asked this question, he goes back home and starts working on this massive board of memories. Let's go over the sketches and while we're walking through it. So this is the sketches. I hope they all fit on screen. Sketches. The storyboards are the fun ones. Storyboards are in blue, sketches are in black. Before we even started this, I'm like, it's black. Black is the... I mean, when I thought about it just now, I was just thinking, okay, we're gonna add points to Black already because he is doing... On the same day he started doing this. Posture check. I'm not sitting like a shrimp. No. Thank you. So I don't think this. See, the final page doesn't have the eyes that I planned to have. I felt it got too crowded with the text and the art. I hope all it's clear. Should I remove chat and fit all three next to one another? Thanks for the confirmation. Black is way ahead of the game. White's gotta catch up. Right. 100%. Where is our diagram? So... Oh yeah, that's how we're gonna add. We're just gonna add them here. So, Black is already winning. We're going with 3 pointers. So he's already getting 30. By just being really serious. This is how a storyboard looks in comparison to a sketch or the final page. I think the comparison between... Should we drop the sketch? This is how it looks better. Every time I see Black in glasses, I imagine these sighing displeasure 100%. I was criticizing, the other day I was criticizing one out loud on the Discord and one between me and myself in my head. I was criticizing some stuff about Link Click news character, Link Click's new characters. And my main criticism was, which I wrote on the Discord, main criticism is I hate the same thing I didn't enjoy about Freerin is I hate when the character design is a character that is all one color. I said it out loud. I typed it consciously on the Discord of Greyis. But yeah, I happen to hate that. And then yesterday I was scrolling through my Twitter feed and someone was just sharing a picture of merch for Link Click, and I hated both characters that were wearing round glasses, just like Daniel's. So I don't know why I do these things to myself that I don't like, but I mean, is 3 points enough for Black? Look at him. He's too serious. He's making airplanes, paper planes. Paper planes, he's making crumbles, he's really thinking about how he deals with things. It's impressive. Three points per page. That explains a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Now the days can wait until the chapter 72. 3 pages, I mean, he starts... Let me just remember where he started. He started at 27 and White as 21, right? Okay. I remember the... See? The original idea for this page was rocks, not paper. But then I remembered that the imagery of paper is what this whole arc is about. So the storyboards had rocks, but now it's paper. Does Black gets 3 points for being self-aware? I mean, he criticizes himself where he does wrong, and he congratulates himself with what he's accomplished, like he's smiling. Does White do that? No, he doesn't. He's getting 3 pointers. We're gonna try to be less generous with Black because he will get all the 3s. Yeah, self-aware can be hard, but Black is an example of how to do it, right? See all parts, not just I suck. Self-aware, kind of self-awareness. That's enough for tonight. Remember, the previous day, he was in that crisis in front of the Mamsers, in front of Tai. And the night before that, he had a cut so deep that he had to stitch it himself and then go to the hospital. I don't know. Black gets deduction for Evil Black. Oh, should I remove Evil Black from the characters as characters? You know what? Maybe I should. Maybe I should remove White's past from the characters and just add it to White. I don't know how he does that. I imagine there were multiple days, wheels. This is exactly why I'm doing this. This is exactly why I'm writing this out, because you're gonna be shocked by the end of it. How much has happened within such a short period of time, especially for White. Because if you think of White, before the thigh cut, he was with Wasim when Wasim told him that Black remembered him. So White already started this arc ahead of Black. But we get to there. We'll get there, and you see it. My dudes got their lives together in half a week. Yeah, after 13 years of working on it, they said, like, okay, maybe we should. Now, I think you can always argue against what I think. You can always add to it. You can always jump in with your ideas. But I personally think White should get a few points for getting up in the morning, in a winter morning, cold morning, to play basketball. White? Yeah, he should get 3 pointers, right? What's with the laughing out loud? He should get a 3 point. Come on. He's at least moving. He's not just sitting, not doing anything. Yeah, he has the shonen spirit on terms of physical, at least. I mean, technically, that's a 2-point shot, but we'll give him an extra for being awake. 100%. It's a slam dunk, too. And he's got cool shoes. So I'll go over, whenever I finish a scene, I'm gonna show the storyboards and the sketches for the scene. That's better. I need structure. I honestly spent all of my day exporting the sketches and the storyboards because the chapters are really heavy. So they took a lot of time, and all of my computers are really either old or very base models, so they don't have that extra power. So apologies for the lack of structure. I did what I could. I had a banner for Discord to draw too. Knowing the reason why he woke up in the morning will get him 3 points, I think. I mean, he should get 3 points for waking up in the morning, right? I went for a run 2 weeks ago, right in the morning. Was sick the next day. I dealt with back, what's what? I dealt with back pain for 2 weeks. And then without any planning, I went to celebrate the award winning with 2 friends of mine. We had Korean food, but we had a lot. And when we get out, it was kind of chilly. And we decided to just run. The road was really open and empty. And we ran, and that fixed my back. I don't know how. So I'm considering really, I'm seriously considering running now. It kind of annoyed my knee a lot, my right knee, but my back was better, so I'm happy about that. Thank you, Lucy. I thought you left. I was wondering, do you just know about the award? And also, I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you coming here. Exercising fixes everything. It should, yeah. It kind of harms other things, but... So, we gave 3 pointers for white. Does black staring at white playing basketball gets him anything? I'm ruining with the I'm ruining my knee with the wind. Yeah, that was honestly part of why I voted for this recap for the first half, because this is a very dense volume for you to have to cover it all at the end. Thank you. Thank you. I hope this is fun for you all. I was really stressed out about today because I don't know how fun it can be. His look gives him 100 points for sure. We don't want 100. He already has 100 points in our mental bank and our emotional bank, so... He's appreciating the beauty. It is fun. I mean, listen, for me, any time someone is staring, I shared the other day on Blue Sky and Twitter a picture of a scene I'm drawing in the chapter I'm working on right now, where white is just staring at black. And I mentioned that my favorite is when a brooding character is observing a beacon of light. So there is gonna be a follow-up at some point of black looking at white. There is one in volume 8, chapter 58. It's not about brooding characters observing their beacon of light only. It's just any character observing a character they appreciate in a crowd. I love that. I'm too soft for that. Yay, I'm glad. I'm glad that it's fun and you're enjoying it. You're making me feel at ease. I have to go cook, but I'm postponing it because I want to be here. Thank you, Andy. People waking up, people postponing lunch and cooking. You all are the best. Everyone can starve. I don't care. I need my weekly whack dose. We don't have an update, so I'm happy that this works. Hey, thank you. Thank you all. Black saying, the one I keep forgetting while appreciating an athletic bro. I mean, it's hard not to give all the points to Black. Should we give him? We have White saying I love you to Black later, so we're gonna give him 3 points now. Oh, wait, I'm mixing the mental state with... Wait. It's not the mental state. The mental state started at 27, 21. 27, 21. We didn't... Now, we gave 3 points for just being him, and then other 3 points for being self-aware. Here, there's 6. And then we're giving him 1 for stirring. Okay, for white, we gave only 3, right? For waking up in the morning and... But I don't understand why is this formatted differently. Can we fix that? We don't want zeros. Cell, number, style, no text. I hate these things. I hate these. I don't have any cooler way to... There we go. Okay. The world must stop for black and white. This means a lot to me. Thank you. Where is the chapter? There it is. His father, Jad, has diabetes and has lost his eyes. I was just wondering if Black is saying anything good about Jad, which gets him points. Did I add Amir? No, I didn't. I'm not sure why he called off the engagement before he left. So here's one thing we still haven't gotten an answer for. Because we got answers for other things, but we didn't get one for calling off the engagement. Now, I was going to say, if Black said anything about Jad, give him points. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just thinking in your lane. It's not that I would think of it on my own. You all just love Jad, so... Black has to have points for being aware of Black's wordplay. Andy, I got infected by the world/word virus. By his wordplay, he'll definitely get 3 points, right? Not trusting White's words is not a very bro move, but it gives him points for not being a romanticist. Play with words and thinking. White never saw eye to eye with Amir, but they got along well for the most part, and White is a good, well-mannered person who would do his social duties when needed. So, did he come back to Amir's funeral? Black says no, with anger in his eyes. So how are we going to go about points when it comes to Black being angry with White in regards to his memory? Are we in favor or against? Okay, but Black's memory and not being able to trust it should make him lose points, right? It's not a positive thing. It's a negative thing for White and for us, the readers. I mean, he does so many good things. We need to find things to take points from him. It's ambiguous and unjudgeable. Ah, you're right. You're right. I was just thinking, but can we blame him for something he doesn't have control over? That's his case as well. That's what he says. Black's memory is the enemy here. However, it is a part of Black, so it would make him lose point. Thank you, Psycho. That's what I thought. No, really. You're all making good points, so I'm not sure. But here, he's like, the way he reacts to the mention of white, and we're gonna see in chapter 72 how he starts getting angry. He'll at least lose. No, we're sticking to threes. I have to stick to a number because there are certain actions that gonna give them a lot of numbers if we're gonna go random. White will lose 6. What? Then let's just skip this one for later. By the way, away from the points, we have this scene. Which, if we go to the script, let's see, my best friend, no, the one before. No, it's here actually. Car accident. I think I wrote a visual of cars. Now that you know it's cars, it's accidents. Which also could be a potential clue to unlock S in my head. I asked him. I can't find it. I just saw it today, but now I can't. Never mind. I think white should lose point for not correcting black's mistake. Oh! Ooh! Just now, the scene that is coming up, we'll have a discussion about that. But yeah, he hears the loud screeching sound and the smell of burnt rubber, which is something that would be faint, like, or wouldn't be the one thing that you would remember if you had an accident on a rainy day. But now that we know from chapter 73 that there were 2 accidents, Black's accident was on a sunny day, the narrative and his memory in regards to sounds and smells is way better than his actual memory of events. That's a buddy for you, I guess. My best friend White, it's a cute thing to say, but you're not gonna win any points, right? He has all the keys. Are we not gonna talk or give any points about when we see anger in Black's eyes when he thinks or looks at White? No? Are we on the side of warm and fuzzy brotherhood feelings, or are we on the side of biology and how much you can control your memory and brain? I'm not getting it. Needs more. Welcome to the twisted world of understanding and appreciating both. I finally arrived. Here I am. So Black looks back at the day before. I've been thinking of how Black would be angry at White for it. He shows it specifically in chapter 73. Now, here someone is gonna take points, someone is gonna lose points, someone gonna get points. Frog brought up the idea of White should lose point for not correcting Black's misconception, but here there is an argument presented that he wouldn't give. He doesn't want to give him the information for free. I'm afraid of just telling you because, as usual, you might end up forgetting it all next time you face a big problem and your brain decides to just close more doors. I mean, he is keeping information, but he's also helping him here. He should get points for this one. How he noticed by the end of volume 9, he noticed that if he gets a clue, a hint that is related to the suppressed memory, you tend to remember more of it once you sleep after learning it. So he gave him a recipe for retrieving memories. So he's trying to help. He should get points, no? I think White is right here. I'll leave it to you. Who gets from this interaction, who gets the points, who loses the points? But I'm just gonna remind you that this interaction happened on the day after the bro hug, when like White he wanted Black to close the door on the whole tie situation so he could bring up the memory issue. Black brought it on his own. He asked the question, and White kind of felt compelled to not answer. Could be good or bad, honestly. I don't know. It's hard, just like Anne said. I just remembered something. Black mentions here that he agrees to the idea that he remembers after he sleeps. I only remembered who you were after I looked up Larissa's wedding pictures. And this kind of makes me want to share this. So I have this diagram. I hope it's clear. Black's memory in the first 3 chapters. Right. Come on, dude, come on. So it's a 3 in the first 3 chapters. 1, he first thinks White is an imaginary and he's gone crazy. This is mentioned in chapter 50. He naps before meeting Irina, wakes up remembering more of White. Hence, he remembers he likes coffee. He got him coffee in chapter 2 when they went out with Irina. The Irina appointment. Number 2, he remembers more of him throughout the day. In Irina's meeting, when White stops Irina, Black felt, this is all in chapter 2. Black felt like when you've... Oh, this is how I wrote it. When he saw how White stops Irina, Black felt like when you've been looking for a taste for years and found exactly it. at last. I don't know why did I come with this. On their way back, walking with Sima and Stash, I felt like I want to hug you and bawl. This is in volume 1, page 61, and this is gonna be mentioned in the date with Jad. And number 3 is he sleeps after the talk on the rooftop and about his mind. And then he sees Larissa's weddings and go back to sleep. And that's when he remembers White. So from the get-go, it was related. The whole idea of him sleeping after getting information kind of help him to remember. Can we say White could lose point for not correcting his memories, but helping him to not ever forget him in the future prevents the loss? By helping him to not ever forget him in the future prevents the loss? Then he loses 3 points for not answering the questions, but get 3 points for giving him the idea of how to remember. So we're gonna stick to the same place where he is, just 3. Why does he always end up looked up with my most traumatic events? I feel like this should give Black 3 points for this visual, for thinking of White in this manner, for keeping it in his mind that this is what's happening. Noticing White looked really down, and for once I get his frustration. This whole thing is just you win. King Black. And then he's just talking about his life being like a video game. He remembers better when he experienced things and find them himself, so he decides to make a game out of his memory recollection. This should get him 6 points, if not 9. This whole work, he's very dedicated and serious. White isn't when the things like realizing, noticing, thinking that would get points definitely. So he's gonna get the points economy is really picking up for this guy. Yeah, place your bets on him. Now, mental state after this whole thing, I feel like we didn't get much into their mental state other than the determination in Black's eyes, and they're both sad, man. White probably left this interaction not feeling that well, but he just shrugged it off and went to take off the cast. He probably wasn't feeling that good being taken care of while removing this cast. He wasn't really feeling good while losing, playing against Black. So I feel like, yeah, White is gonna lose 3 points on the mental state. Black is hopeful and is even calling out names the following morning. So I don't know. I feel like look at how happy he is. He won here. He's happy that White is taking him to the hospital. I don't know. I don't think there's much change. He's still in between, I feel. So it's gonna stay at 27. The storyboards. A lot of these just have the characters because I have a lot of the places generally, the houses, the settings where they are in regularly are just 3D models that I take screenshots from. So I don't always put them in the storyboards. And then this. Sometimes the storyboards are really clean. I lose my... I often forget that I'm just storyboarding and I go overboard and finalize the thing. The storyboard for this one is massive. I had many poses for White, but in the end, when it was time to sketch, I sketched a whole new one from scratch. Even though this one looks good, but I needed him to be facing the reader when they flip the page, because it's gonna come on the right side of the book. Very haiku. That's the biggest compliment anyone could ever give me. And then the sketches had Jad. When Black was talking about Jad, there was a sketch of Jad, but I removed it because the text covered it anyway. In the storyboards, it was Black just adjusting his forehead on the glass. And in the reflection, White would appear. The reflection of him on the glass. But it was too much to think about, perspective-wise, one. And two, it was... I thought that I'm gonna draw... Where is it? Here. Like, there's another view of Black looking through the window, so I didn't want to draw multiple ones. Even though it's different, but still, I think the trouble of the perspective alone made me think of another way to present it, which is just this from afar. White isn't clear and just the ball being thrown. And then this difference between storyboard, not that much. Nothing here. This is the same. Yeah. This is where I was thinking of, I don't know. I was wondering if I should show more hints for people, because if you want to write a good mystery, you would want to give the readers enough hints and clues to figure it out themselves before you reveal it. That's the fun of reading or watching mystery or playing mystery games. It's not fun to, for the sake of shock value or the sake of just surprising the readers with a good twist, to not present your cards, some of your cards or some of your clues, so they can walk with the detective generally. So I was thinking here if I should just draw more cards in a way and arrange them in a way that you could deduct or you could think it's two accidents, but not for everyone. Eventually, I just decided to add the tree Joe 2 cars, but there are parts of third car. Also, the text might, because in the end, I know that there are people who guessed what if there are 2 accidents. So I thought there's enough clues that people got before this visual. Storyboard. Not that much change from the final pages. There are some, like I was just gonna say, there are some pages that changed drastically, and this is the storyboard. They were both apparent. This is, I drew them without the faces, but I drew the heads. The final page didn't have anything but their bodies. Some changes happen here after I add the text. Some changes are made when I realized that the camera angle is repetitive. And even here, I was thinking of just showing, you see it on the sketch, I was thinking of just showing the hand of White talking and Black is looking at him. But last second I added the White. Here, I add White's head. Like this, for example, is one where I drew, Black should be this size, but I made him bigger because I felt like there's a lot of far away shots of the boys, so I wanted a close-up. Thank you. White was supposed to be lying on his back, but I felt this represents more of him. The way he's always hugging himself in his sleep. Even though he's not sleeping, but it's his usual way of sleeping. And I feel there are no changes. It's like you're drawing and planning 3 times. Yeah, I feel most people put all the planning into the first step, which is the storyboards. But I feel I would get bored. I like the creative process. So that's why I'm not that strict with the storyboarding. I just throw everything. This is what I want in the page. And then in the sketching, I do some more. And when I line, sometimes I change a few things. It's like getting paper cuts from the memories. Thank you, Anne. It's like he's getting paper cuts from the yeah. That's a good way of putting it. I didn't like how White lowers his head and then looks away from Black and not telling Black the whole truth, but just still the runabout of hints and mystery. So lower White's points. I forgot about the points. Thank you, Psycho, for bringing us back to that. My God, White is gonna lose points, so he's gonna now be at 0. Oof. White, you should do something, dude. Black? What? I don't like how it lowers his head and then looks away from Black. Oh, yeah, okay. I got what you fixed now. Yeah. Chapter 72. Should we go a little bit faster? I started at 4 p.m., so I wouldn't. Okay, Let's close this and this. Do you still want to see the storyboards and the sketches? I'm just gonna be checking throughout. If something is taking time and it's not that much of benefit, I'll just... White's on the run of becoming the next 6 zeros. Black should get points for the cover, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay. Oh, Black's pouch should get this. Okay. Okay, wait. The title page is so good. Thanks, Sleepy. I like seeing the evolution from storyboard to finalization. Okay, then I'll keep it. Question before we start this chapter, or it's in line with this scene. This chapter has 3 settings: morning, hospital, and home. And each one has 3 scenes or 3 sections. I'm just thinking, does White get any point for playing basketball the following day after removing his cast? It does sound it does look like passion, doesn't it? Like he has some passion for him to just go out in the cold, play basketball after removing. Like, we gave him 3 points for playing in the morning, but it just occurred to me that he removed his cast the day before. Isn't that impressive? Thank you, Psycho. Thank you, N. He should get 3 points, right? Is it passion or spite? No, it's not spite. No, I don't think. He really enjoys basketball. I say we give him a point. No, it's only 3 points. We're not gonna play with numbers. We'll reach points where we're gonna give hundreds, and we don't know how to do that. It's definitely not spite. It's one of the things, kind of like swimming in chapter 24. He loves the silence under the water, but he really enjoys swimming. What if he damaged it again? Now that's... For that, they both are gonna lose points, so we're not gonna add that factor that they both are very careless. Sounds like something to remove points because he's not taking himself again. I'm talking about passion. See, we give Black points when he thinks and acts maturely, so we have to give White points when he... I wish I was prepared to have a webcam, because you can't imagine how serious I am with my hands as I'm trying to explain how important it is to celebrate White showing emotions, even if it's jumping off a bridge. His hand must be throbbing like crazy, so yeah, no, should we bring him back to 0? I'm just thinking of passion, no? He's showing passion. Tell you what, White, 3 points from D versus no from breast. We're gonna keep him at 0, but if we reach a tie or something, we have 3 points somewhere. America is with me. Okay. Things are getting interesting. Okay, Andy. I get the passion. Let's see. D, Andy, and Andy. No. He gets a point for being active and loses a point for the lack of caring for himself. So he's back to 0. It's rare to see him show passion for something that is... My god. This is getting really interesting. We can mix the calculation. Add 8 and remove 3. It's like 5. What? No, I don't want to. I don't want to play around with numbers. Unless we have specific numbers, like either 1, 3, or 7, maybe. Stuff like that. I don't want to leave it wide open. It's gonna be hard. I don't think we're gonna reach a tie. We can dream, Andy. We can dream. It's really hard for the boy. Give him 1. Hey, Blue. Point. You are all in for 1 point. I was very determined to only stick to 3 points. You can have the points, but if self-care was one of the stats, it would be -3. So, oh my god. So Black is gonna lose 3 points every time he cuts, right? Is what I'm getting. Welcome, Blue, also. I don't know if I said welcome. Sorry, White Sports ain't helping your situation of gaining points. He gets 3? Yeah, give him 3. Sounds right. Okay, that's actually a word. I thought you just key matching or something. Sure. Then no points, 3 points, 1 point. Are we diversifying the points, or I'm lost? I'm just sitting, crossing arms until we reach a verdict. What are we doing? What am I doing? I know that Jad's gonna get 3 points for enjoying Black playing with words. 3 points, 3 points, 0 points from Tam. Andy said 3 points. I said 3 points. Frog, give him the 3 points. Frog, I feel there's some feelings in that line. Give him the 3 points. That's how I read it. We'll give him the 3 points for now. We'll see. Why is this? Okay. That's accurate. Okay. Then I read it right. It got stern handshake from me. Oof. 0.3. Okay. I'd like to sleep in quietly since I'm on vacation for 2 weeks and your dunking isn't helping. I mean, he even says it here. You're the last one to talk about self-care. Okay. About taking care of yourself. This is what I want to change it to. Okay. Never mind. He's stretching. Doesn't he get a point? I'm trying to make him just gain any point, man. You said you don't want to be under the... Does he get a point for manipulating his way into... sharing a house with White? 3 points for attitude. I'm not gonna bend my mood for your choice to sleep at Dad's. I mean, who's getting the point here? Black or White? This is gonna be fun. When they talk back to one another, who gets the final 3 points? They can't both get. 6 points for Sasha, Cami. 6 points for Sasha. There we go. I'll give Sasha all the points, honestly. I mean, Black should get a point for his manipulation. I think. I feel. 24. 25. Definitely White, because he's usually not the sassy one. Oh, interesting. Yes, give Black point. Wait a second. No, it's going to White. He's gonna lose these 6 points. Just give him a page or two. Is it manipulating when Black just gets whatever he wants out of these two? And he knows... I mean, the attempt to manipulate the narrative, the rules that White set, you know? But coming from my heart, White should get 3.5 points. Okay, White got the point. We're gonna check mental state by the end of this scene. Black forgetting to turn on the power strip. No points for that. What's it with you and light switches? Do you really honestly believe that about yourself? White is on fire with his comebacks, but we're not gonna give too many points. I wrote you those messages for a reason, you know. You asked me to write anything you want to remember. White following the rules Black set. 3 points for minus 3 points for forgetting power strip, you think? We're never gonna reach, if we're gonna go that detailed. 1,000 points for Irene. Let's see. I'm still not talking to you. This is a whole mood. When you call someone and you're angry with them, but then you like, no, I'm not gonna call you again. And they call back and like, yeah, it was a moment of weakness. Irina should get 6 points as well. Point economy currently. We have commentator here, Sleepy, with the latest. Going from being a part of the dance on level with, okay, Irina being a realist. It's like you make up with one side to piss off another. For Irina, points for Irina here. Make it 10. 6 and 3, it's 9. Because of her manipulation to get what she wants. Imagine if other characters win over Black or White. It's gonna be a real treat. And then nothing here. Black never liking studying. I mean, everyone gets points if they don't like studying, I think. Most people don't like studying, so it's not a thing special. I get points for drawing a really convincing picture of someone brushing their hair, I think. Irina is really far ahead of the boys mentally, to be honest. Yeah, she's definitely. She's like 1,000. No, wait. 999. Life suddenly felt very lonely compared to the full house I had back home and here too. Yildar -3, right? There's a beating scene. She is smart and considerate and know how to deal with Black. I'm very happy. I love when people talk about the side characters or the rest of the cast. Okay, again with the staring again. I have a very soft spot for staring, so are we giving Black points for looking lovingly at Jad but thinking, when did I start to hate Jad? The pillow fight. Look at White going all out. One of the things I really, really admire for... We don't have an example in these chapters, so he won't get any points. But one of the things I respect about White is his ability to to fight violently, physically with Black. Like, it really takes guts for him to fight violently with Black, all the while knowing his past, you know? You should have points bar for yourself. Ugh. Thank you. It would be fun to just talk about the parts that I like in the ocean of panels I see the faults in, I think. I'm not gonna make it longer than it is for me. I mean, White doesn't even have an ounce of my lack of interest in myself, so move on. It's the beginning to love him again. Wait, what? Where? Oh, it's the beginning of love him again. Does he get points for Jad? Let's see. He's still joking about not seeing. Nothing here. Okay, so this is day basketball, White, and hospital visit. Let's add that. Hospital visit is day 4. Just to keep in mind. Visit. White's a professional fighter. Yeah. He takes things seriously. Very professional of him. Doesn't consider the past of people. Okay. So imagine if Jad suddenly starts seeing again. We'll never hear the end of it from Black, right? Brain-wise, my memories don't tell me much, but my heart feels warmth. Black offering breakfast to Jad. No points? Maybe that's why White signed up for physical therapy here. I need to visit the hospital. Give Black points for thinking of Jad? Sure. Black, here you go. 24. Wait, does White get points for choosing to do the physical therapy in a hospital just for Black to visit the hospital and in an attempt to recollect memories? No, what? Black should get a point, either for thinking of Jad or for offering him breakfast. Yes, points for Black. Okay. I'm waiting on the verdict for White's decision to go to the hospital. Now, this page is a tricky one. Yeah, if that what White was going for. This is Black's guess, you mean? I see what you mean. But I mean, we know White. If Black can figure this much, we probably already... Did he visit the hospital on purpose for Black to remember? Definitely. Definitely. He could get physical therapy anywhere. He said he's not giving him answers, but he does want to help him remember. Did he also choose to do it because Black got really upset when he first went to the hospital alone and now they went together? No, but he did offer Black to come with him when he removed the cast because Black got angry when he didn't. tell him the first time and take him with it. So that's a good. Thanks for the hydrate, Celia. I just saw it. There are no notifications for redeems, sadly. But then again, White loses a point because Black had a panic attack in the elevator and White wasn't there to help him. Black took off. We're going there. Just wait. Then we're giving White Psycho. Are you trying just to steer? What's a good word that doesn't start with SH? Are you trying to just steer drama, steer trouble? Steer trouble, maybe. I decided to add the 3 points for White for taking an extra step just for Black's sake, which is something that he always does, so I don't know. Don't make things harder for White's like. Let's move to this tricky page. This tricky page is tricky because Yeldar gets points for holding Black's hand and for taking him with him to work, something that Black probably really enjoyed. He gets point for sitting down to White's level to talk to him when Jad was diagnosed with diabetes, to explain to him what diabetes is and how undangerous it is. He gets 3 and 3, that's 6. Right? No, that's 3 because he had already -3. The problem is we have Black here with a face injury, and we have Black here with a broken injury, and we have Black here with a leg injury. So 3, that's -6. He's just being him, I guess. I'm just starting stuff with White. It makes things fun. Continue. I don't know what it did to me. I need coffee for sure. You should get your coffee. But yeah, I enjoy it anyway. So Ildar is -6 now. Black in this jacket is beautiful, but we're not giving points for looking good, right? No, we're not. Every breath Ildar takes is -1. No, not that extreme. It feels like an SH game. Gotta look for a key. Okay, nothing much happening here, just Jad Black interaction. Does Black get, because he gets a point, he's gonna get a point because White is gonna lose a point. Does Black get a point for grabbing Jad's arm while walking? The blind man, not his father, the blind man with damaged leg. I bet it really helps to hold his arm while walking. Tangle your arms. 27. Yaldar takes -1 each time his presence is either here or mentioned. He appears a few times, that's why I added him. Anything Black and Jad, I'd give him points. You're up there with Frog, huh? Jad, Black interactions always make me think of Frog. She was the first fan of this duo. I mean, Jad should get points for answering. His son doesn't have that ability. So I'm gonna give him points. I don't think anyone objects that. He also has black in his eye, so... We're gonna play with the mental state soon, because Black's mental state is deteriorating. All the reactions through all the chapters are so good. I'm glad to hear that. Can get the right? He knows how to answer. Not everyone does that. Black tear already? Black is shocked. Black is tearful. Black is... I don't know what that happens with the mouth. But he's suppressing emotions. Hospitals ain't the best place for Black's mental... 100%. And then the actor emerges. Even when it's a blind person in front of him, he just acts. And then we have... Here. White says, I hate. He does talk about feelings. You know what I hate? Considering there's a female physical... What's a PA working? What? Anyway, working with your hand for a whole session, the options are limitless. Does a father knowing his son, calling him out with a smirk, gets a point? Listen, White should get points for this. I know I said I'm not gonna give points for looks, but I want to give points for out of character panels. Panels that show out of character poses. No? Yes? And it's just cheering me on. I need drama. I need trouble. Speaking of where's Black, I mean, you're asking about your bro. He gets points. Look at him! 2 digits. I didn't think this day would come. Him reaching the 2 digits. Andy, I'm gonna go back to your factual statement about White. It's good to see him having passion other than Black, because look at him. He said he'd meet us up later for lunch and left. Meet up for lunch where? Here? Out? You didn't ask? I mean, he's suddenly a detective. Yes, for the confused gesture from White. White's growing. See? Nod. He expects it. Like, he knows that Black coming to the hospital is gonna make him act. That's why he's nodding. Even though he was afraid of Black asking questions, He's still not. Now, we gave Black points for holding on to Jad in a good way. Now, his son, on the other hand, I don't know if I intended for him to be holding his arm, but I feel like he probably is doing it in the... If he's doing it, he's doing it in the least protective way. So he's gonna lose points. I'm sorry, Black, you're going back to one-digit number. You're not helping your blind father who has damaged leg. Come on. I know you have other things in your mind. Now. Black just thinking of everything. And White with... when are we going to take 3 points from Black for being angry at White? What coin plummeting? Pull out your investment. Whack coin, I love that. Well, White loses 7 points for not helping his father. I mean, yeah, I'm just being generous by taking only 3, right? Now, Black should get 3 points for being socially... White put all the passion into livelihood, not helping his sick father, no. Yeah, I want to give Black 3 points for being socially considerate. He just left the room, even though he was thinking, and he's thinking it's an important place to be in. He left the room, he apologized to the grieving family and left without falling apart in front of them. Jad doesn't want to be perceived as helpless though, so let's give White credit for understanding not to... That's a good reading, by the way. Seriously, wait. Remember that... I forget, I'm not the author, who am I? Remember that doodle I drew of Jad not wanting Noir's help? So he might be easier. He might take it from Black better than if White helps him. Wait, let me give it a proper thought. Would he refuse if White is the one that doing what Black does, or Black did? I mean, it's still the good thing to do. They're in a hospital, come on. He should grab onto his father. They're in a hospital. There's crowds, there are people, there are tiles and stuff. No. 3 points still taken. I get where you're coming from, but considering the setting, Jad would love an arm tangle from White in my... He would love it, but he does have his pride too. Maybe he takes a different... We're gonna leave it as is. Let's just check on this mess that is happening here. There are no points for character development, but there are definitely points. So since this is the last appearance for present day Black, how bad is it for him mentally? He was at 27. Yeah, I think he's a... You're being a Daniel right now. I enjoy you being a Daniel. And I get where you're coming from, for sure. He does take it differently from Black and from White. But I wonder, I can't give it a proper thought on stream. But I feel there are, just like I think Jad should sometimes be bold and take action towards White, even when he doesn't like it. In this setting, in the hospital, yeah, White should act more carefully with Jad and not leave him, even if Jad doesn't like it. So, Black's mental state is probably at... it's a 0. It's really bad for him here. Visiting the hospital, thinking about all these memories and then ending at this, yeah, probably not that good. Yes, he is. From 27 to 0. That's the issue with Black. He's gonna jump to 100 and then 0 in a couple of pages. We have hungry White. Does he get a point for being hungry and demanding? Where is Black? I'm hungry. I feel like we're feeling too much with Black because he just broke down, and people probably were confused. Like, what memory did he retrieve? What did he learn? I don't understand. So you might have missed this. Hungry mood, exactly. 100%. Give this man a sandwich, come on. 9 points for hunger? 9 points is a lot, but he's gonna lose them so fast. Should we try giving him 9 points just to witness how they're gonna crash? And poof? We skipped lunch because Mr. I'll meet you later didn't meet us later, so what are we having for dinner? I blame White. He's gonna lose them so fast. I'm gonna just add them. Let's go. 18. 9 points for hangry White. But where did White go is the question. They left the hospital, Jad and White, and went home because they didn't have the information of where are we eating later. So they just did the rational thing and went home. White probably slept. He probably sent Black something and Black didn't respond. So he came here for a fight. And let's just see how he goes from this angry to this face. When Jad tells him he came in and straight to the room, said he had to go to work early tomorrow. Also, look how he enters angry and puts his, while looking towards where Black should be in the room. So I feel like, yeah, it's he's a fake. No, he's angry for sure. He's hungry for sure. He's hungry for sure. But still, but also he's it's hard. He came in for a fight and left stretching his hand behind the door, not sure what he's gonna say. And look, he was hangry because of Black, but look how he's checking on him. Come on. 9 points are deserved, I feel. He's gonna lose them. But well deserved. Also noticing things, like he's looking around at everything. And then choosing pizza. Oh, I'm giving him 3 more. Don't call me playing favorites because you know I slam White every chance I get, every stream I get, I mean. So, I'm not playing favorites. He's just ordering pizza, look at that. He's now 21. I'll keep giving him points. He's gonna lose them all in no time. Quote of the day from D to Y. He's a fake. He's a fake. He is. Hungry White brings out the emotion locked in the stomach. Yeah. Is everything alright between you two? I don't know. Seems like he's avoiding me or he's in too deep. He didn't answer my calls or messages. Who was blaming White earlier? Psycho? Who was blaming White earlier? Just tell me. Look at him. He's saying it here. He didn't answer my calls or messages. So he called. And he messaged. Come on. And he's standing here, just ordering pizza? I don't know. Talking about Masks of Black, we need a delve into the persona of. We do need that one. But maybe he would do it. Maybe I already wrote the chapter. Maybe we're gonna have fun with the streams. You know, I was on a stream, Alexander's stream, anime YouTuber, and people ask him stuff generally to name like 5 things or 5 stories or 5 stuff like that. And somebody asked, so he mentioned last stream that he wants to read more stuff this year and he's considering reading Greyis, which I'm really looking forward to. So he was, after that, like after 2 or 3 hours, I don't know, he was playing Resident Evil, so it's like a 6-hour stream or something. So someone asked him, top 5 characters with personality? No, with identity crisis? I don't remember the... So he goes... No, wait, no, sorry. No, wait. I'm mixing them up. Because I thought 2 instances I thought of White. One of them was identity crisis, and one of them characters that are associated with moon imagery. But what I found it funny was when I think the moon imagery one was he started Itachi from Naruto, Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter, and I'm like, I was thinking of White myself when it was asked, either the identity crisis or the moon imagery, and I thought, whoa, White sure has such anger inside him that isn't expressed to be lumped with these characters with revenge arcs. I don't know who was it who said blame White. I don't know either. I was just asking you. I give White points here for being honest about his hurt feelings. Wait, we're moving. Look at him. He's talking to Judd. He is going to take. He is gaining some points, maybe 3 more, because he said it flat out. Seems like he's avoiding. He's very candid about it. He thinks that Then he started opening up about the past to Jad without any walls or bricks. He's very tired. And then he ends this speech with Margarita. I don't know. I feel... Also, he has a stomach ache. So he's ordering pizza. He talks about his feelings and then ends it with Margarita. Any dip sauces? I feel like that's strength right there. Having a stomach ache also. Still getting the pizza. It was me. I'm just playing. Yeah, and I am playing around as well. I am playing around as well. I know it's you. That's why I asked you. When did you start using blue heart emojis? It scared me last time we talked, and it's scaring me again. I was talking to Farvar, my friend, the other day. I was telling her that just a change in a name, because she was Fluffy Bloom, and then she changed it to Farvar, and I'm like, just a change in the nickname of a friend is a crisis to my brain. As if a headache wasn't enough. So he had a headache, he was hangry, He didn't see Black. He got a stomach ache. And he's walking to get the pizza. And he's gonna get things from the hardware store because in 73 he's gonna be working the handyman of his own life. Blue Heart Crisis. I just have it at hand. I'm going to look for... Thank you. This is way more comforting. Thank you, Go, for looking for the purple heart. Sasha gets... We didn't give Sasha points. I think we should give her points. No points for white, right? Just the 3? Yeah, just the 3. Light blue. The light blue heart is really nice. I use it sometimes. It's very comforting. Fresh. More than comforting. Be right back. That means the hardware store and the pizza place is very close. So I don't know what would we do with this conversation other than... Now, Jad gets... let's put him at 18 as well because he really shines here. He thinks of it, and what he remembers is really like he comes and he visits Black and he waits for the doctor patiently, and then this is the funniest thing. Black, who is white, and white your son. Did you hit your head? He should get 3 points for this joke, right? It's not fair giving Sasha points. She'll win with a sweep. Yeah. Does anybody object the winning of a dog? No. Any pet should win, first and foremost. Speaking of pets, I should feed my pet. For white, we gave him only 3. We should give him... I think I'm very influenced by the later chapters because he talks more in them. You're right, I should give him 3. 6, like 7. Another 3, which makes him 27. That's what I mean. Oh, what's with the music? 3 points for Black for the joke, right? Right? I say 33. And then we have a hand touch, then a hand grab from Jad. Boy, man. You're peeking. And then Black's attempt to remember white, he writes letters, he writes about white. Now, listen, public declaration of bro love always gets nine is a good number. 9 is a good number, yes. Public declarations of bro love. So he wrote a letter. And Jad, I already gave him enough points for this whole thing, standing by his son. Like, one of the things that I really like here is he is talking to a boy that he really feels for. Now, he really knows his life story at this point. Yes, knows his life stories. He's been in an accident. He has been alone. His memory is messed up. Still, he could just come in and give him the phone. Especially that Black just remembered white. But still, he was really like he wanted to be really sure. I'm not gonna call out my son. I'm not gonna call my son back if you don't remember who he really is. So I feel like this unwavering love and protection from Jad to White is always impressive. We love Jad in this house. Whack coin to the moon, y'all. We're winning. Yes, we are winning. Whack coin. Jad is just on the step. Yeah, he's... But Black still winning, man. Now, mental state. Black is at 0. White... Is it a 0? I don't think it's a 0. Is it a 0? I don't know why I feel like Black is in a much worse state than White here. I mean, he's hurting from a lot of things, and he has his own issues, and even his worrying towards Black would never be as much as the state Black is in, I feel. So he might be 3, right? Or 1. Sure, take your time. This is taking way longer than I anticipated. 4 hours, man. Tomorrow is Sunday. Do you think we can finish tomorrow? Or would you be up for that if you think this is taking too long? Jad's mental state, he's probably really worried about the boys. So he's not 0. I won't give White 0 mental state, because no matter where he is, if I put him at 0, I'm gonna make Black minus, because no matter where White is right now, it's way harder for Black. Yes, 100%, not 0. Let's just go over the sketches for chapter 72 and the thumbnails. So the thumbnail for this chapter, for this cover, I have it. I don't have it here because I drew it on a sticky note, a yellow sticky note. So, too bad I don't have it. For his physical hurt too, you're right. That's why I made it 1. I put it at 3 at first, and then I decreased it to 1. Storyboards. Are they both clear? Yeah, I see. What? Why don't I have the storyboards for this one? I'm pretty sure I... Oh, I'm afraid... Are there any... Oh, there are white pages. Let's see. It's 72. Oh, it's not even here. Today or tomorrow, I'd love to be here. I just think it's getting too long for me and for you. It's not just because of the time. Just a sec, let me see. Volume 10. This is chapter 72. We'll go over the sketches and then see the storyboards, because I exported it wrong. I put my storyboards as draft layers, and there's an option that doesn't export the draft layers, which I accidentally left checked. PDF. Okay. Okay. So this is the cover that I started to think of composition in the academic sense, because I usually just wing it and choose whatever looks good to my eyes. But not this year, last year, I started seeing what this composition template is all about. Maybe artists do have a point after all. People who set the rules for art maybe do have a point after all. I don't really mind. You never take up my time. I love being here too. Glad to hear that. Thank you. No change, not much change. My sketches, I always think that if something happens to me health-wise, I can do well just doing sketched pages. They're not too messy. I'll be moving a lot tomorrow and wouldn't be able to join, so I'll just enjoy what we managed to do today. I wonder if we go for 1 more hour, would we finish three chapters? There isn't much change from the chapter. These could be interesting to see. I applied some ripple effect to black when he's looking like his reflection. This was fun. Glad to hear that, Sleepy. Chapter 72, thumbs. Share. There it is. These are the thumbnails. Because thumbnails usually have the biggest change and any additional sketches that I don't stick with. Look at how black looked. Look how white looks. I love looking at storyboards because they're just a mess. I'll just put on earphone and travel while the stream plays. I can join tomorrow after all. Glad to hear that. I'd hate to stream when someone that wants to be here can't. Storyboards are adorable. Thank you. I love storyboards so much. They're fun to see. I always imagine that. You know these blob heads from not Final Fantasy, Full Metal Alchemist? I feel like, because I do that myself, for Jad, for example, he's just a circle with a few lines. Because when you storyboard, you just want to place where things are. So this is how he looks usually. And this is, I feel like, how the chibi or bobblehead doodles come in manga. 100 points for silly little storyboard white. 100 points. He is so silly, man. I'm glad to hear that you enjoy these. Hey, Asia, welcome. Oh, I stream. I stream usually every Saturday. Hopefully, I'll add to that schedule one day. No drastic changes so far. No, not here either. Oh, there was a cute one of, see? I gave it a one of black putting on pants while struggling with his leg. And then him putting it on. A fixed schedule every Saturday if you are up to date with the story or you don't care for spoilers of Greyis. I stream every Saturday. We discuss the update while I reformat the webtoon. Right now, we're just doing a recap of the whole arc that has been updating since last year, just as a refresher and to look through the sketches and storyboards. This looks like a younger Jad. Storyboards take a lot of effort mentally, but artistically, like, look at him crossing arms. And Jad drops his beard quite often in storyboards. Nothing much. It is so silly. Nothing much. Look at him. I love this face. Jad is always just one line and a beard. Black has X-Files. Yes. Reattachable beard. I changed the angle to make it more cinematic, I think. Cinematic. One line and a beard. Yeah, that's the definition of Jad. Thank you. Pretty eyes? You probably mean the sketch, right? Definitely not the doodles. These doodles here. And black. And then white comes. Look at this Jad. Look at this Jad. Look at this Jad. Wait. There he is. The difference between dad and son is their signature hair and beard. Yeah, but there is one, I don't remember which page. There was one of Jad that looks like it's just white. Because I didn't draw the beard. I don't remember. Maybe we haven't reached it yet. Oh, like look at here. Jad and White. They're just brothers. But this one, though, this is the true Jad. Look at him. Eyes and beard. He doesn't even have a head. 1 out of 10, 1 out of 8 done. You can do it. And then not much change here. Not much change here. All of Jad's personality is contained in his beard. Yeah, definitely. Now look at this. This whole sequence is different. So he leaves. This one is the same. This one is the same, and then he walks away. In the sketch, he just moves. We see him in profile, and then these are way better. I feel directed than this one because space-wise, this is constructed better. He doesn't lose the cap, he loses it here, and in the reflection you see a crumpled paper, what he remembered. I didn't have the idea of the panels themselves crumbling. But we have a sketch, we had a sketch here of his head, him holding his head, and papers, like these kind of, this effect is coming out of his head. But I also neglected the idea, dropped the idea. Next page doesn't have anything because it's just oh, look who's waiting for his food now. Come here, webcam. He's finally here. When he jumps to the couch, means he is hungry. Chevy? Oi. Let me feed him quick. I think it's good to take not a break. No, not now. Just in a sec. Let me just feed him. Dad. It's the king. It is. He said, Ma, are you taking the whole life? Do you see my ribs? Chevy. Chevy. Hungry White is here. And then he checks on his bro. Not much change. Look at this doodle. It's just... This is this. What do we have here? Someone demands their dinner to be served. 100%. He just shows up because, as you can see, I don't know if you noticed, but the tablet overlooks the couch. So when he just, I've waited long enough, my patience has run out, he comes up. Look me in the eye. So Jad's eyes were supposed to be in this page, and then he just looks down and stuff, but I removed all that. Not much change. Oh, there was a Jad panel that I didn't draw. Did I? Was there? I totally forgot. Was there a Jad panel? Wait, where is it? See? I removed it, I know. I don't remember lining this one. Sometimes, just sometimes, most of the time I remove or keep things because of narrative and story stuff. But sometimes it's just, does it really serve anything? My laziness gets the best of me. And this happens. And this. And then this has nothing because it's just text. And the last page. Look, here he looks so young, like White's. And here he doesn't even have his beard. This is White's young, older brother. That doesn't beat him. Lol, yeah. Yeah. Laugh out loud all you want. Are we really doing chapter 70? Why it's older brother that doesn't beat? Yeah. See? We should laugh out loud. Are we really doing this thing? This is a massive thing. Oh, we're starting with minus mental state. Character mental state. Irina is the only one vibing here. Of course, no one is gonna. If we have 999, nothing is gonna appear here. So let's go with 99, maybe. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. White's older brother clear. This is minus. True. You know what? I wish I stuck to this one. I think this one will have a chart, a better, what they call a bump chart, I think. Like how it changes over the chapters. -2 for me. This is really, yeah, look at this anger. So if you, now we're starting day 5. Day 5 is the, what are we gonna call it? Because it happens throughout this day. It's the car talk by the end. Wait, what? Why can't you? What is this? I hate it. Never mind, I can't fix it. This week, man, what a roller coaster. I know, right? I'm doing all of this for the character that I throw shade at every stream. It's crazy. For White, it's crazy. So Black is at -13 now. -12, let's go. Jandar takes how many points? Jandar just being there. And look, he should get points for how black is comfortable with him, touch-wise. Look at him. He's touching him here. He's touching him here. He's touching him here. He's touching him here. And then he's hugging him. Like, bro needs good points. $12? Is he taking 12? 9? 9. 9. I'm very generous with 12 for husband. I'm very generous with all the side characters. Black and white? No. 1 minus 0.5? $1 million. I want to give Jandar points for the whole comic. Just affectionate points, right? He's a very soothing element in the story. A request for puppies from me gets all my points. Okay. Can we give white points for cats always being around him, for putting 2 bowls for them here? No? And for hanging these frames that have black frames, and I didn't draw that in the recent comment chapter? Cool. Minus points for me. I'm having the best time of my life right now. You all bring such a smile. Oh, you all bring such a smile to my face. No points for cats? That's for the bulls, I think. But yes, for frame the old memories. He's 30. Let's go. Now, this scene is gonna make Jad lose some points, doesn't it? Okay, so this scene where Jad is talking to White, this whole scene I wrote a Twitter thread about that I converted into a YouTube video script. Hopefully will be out after I'm done with the sketchbook tour with commentary video and the media I consumed in 2024 video. White should get points for trying. Does it even fix anything? I mean, I tried while he is fixing the whole house. Hate is Black's most effective weapon for his memory. If he hates something, it seems to me that he conceives which could possibly make him hate someone he loves. Oh yeah, he can't go the conventional way. I hate something so I forget it. He just forgets something because there's potential of hating it, and I don't want to hate. Look at him. Should he get points? It's really a huge step regardless of the reasons. Here on out, the white opening up and closing up will affect the points as well from... Yeah, 100%. Yes. Then why did he split you into two? His present-day friend and his childhood friend from long ago that he doesn't entirely remember. Look, this unzipping needs 3 points, right? He's gonna lose them, don't worry. For those who worry. It's very clear when you read this chapters all together, it's very clear how the answer is there in front of them, but they can't see it. Like, here is exactly what he later in chapter 75, quote unquote, realized that if I talk, Black will know things and then he will remember me. When he himself said here that when Black had nothing to hate and I'm just the friend who saved him, he forgot me in a very abridged version of what he said. So in a way, he actually knows the answer. If you open up, if you connect to him, if he knows more than your role, he will remember you. Well, thanks a lot. I'll do this activity when reading next updates and past updates. Glad to hear that. Thanks for coming, Tam. Glad to hear you enjoyed it. And best of luck with whatever you're doing. Jad continues to ask, don't you think it's better to have a therapist walk him through this? Are we giving Jad any points for being a part of this conversation before we take points for what he asks later? I mean, I want to give him a point for here, something that you might have missed, but I talked about in the Twitter thread, that how... So the thing is, the whole thing is just White taking steps towards Jad physically. And this panel is about Jad leaning heart and mind, all of it, giving White his all in this conversation. For me, this is a very bold thing to say. And to this point, I very much appreciate what Jad has been doing. So I'm gonna give him points, especially when White said that he has his pride and his own protective measures, which are medicine for his stomach ache, writing, and hiding his writing in locked glass cabinets, pets, cats and dogs. And Jad just fires back. Are you protected by those? Yeah, White took it in a casual way, like, are you being Danny now? But still, asking this question was a good thing on his part, I feel. You don't need to ask give Jad points. Jad can have all my points, but he will lose point for pushing when he knew better. Yes, 100%. We're getting there. I'm not gonna give him points, but if I was giving 1 point, I would have given White 1 point for being like a kid fanboy with a surprise to learning that his father lost. Daniel beat you? So he realizes things about White, although White trying to hide it. Yeah, but then he screws it up here. So the question is, how many points are we taking for this question? He did get too comfortable, is what I'm feeling. It's a bomb of a question, so it's not gonna be only 3 points. I'm gonna say 3 only because he needs this closure too. He does, but still. 15? That's too much, but 3 is too little because it's being too comfortable. Like, he's been so cautious for so long and we all hated it, but you don't jump from one end to the other. I mean, beat around the bush. But then again, I know what he's doing. He's doing the white thing that I hate, that I talked about earlier, which is he found an opening. White said exactly the line that he can slither his way through. He said, "You're my father after all." When will you ever get a chance? Because this is what both of them do. They both ask their questions as comebacks to other questions or other comments, which is a very cowardly thing if you ask me. 6, 7, 8, 6. 15 is a lot. 7 or 8, 6. So it's either 6 or 9. There are definitely, yeah, scaredy cats, 100%. He needs to try with him every time until White gets used to this question. Oh, that would be torture to your White. Come on. I'm gonna go with 6, I think. It's not a topic that you can push. It's not like... Duh, dude. So mental state, Jad probably is 0 and White is -3. Black. I guess there's a reason fabrication has fabric in it. Thinking is making me a White. This is a fun... Okay, the big question. Are we taking points from Black for being angry at White, for having all the neatly organized memories? When I read it, I was like, no, why would you do that? 100%. And White ran. He ran. I didn't take any points for him running. I would. When he closed off, it's annoying, but I didn't because it's well within his right, to be honest. There are certain topics around certain people that you should really be careful about. So I understand the running. For me, if I were White, I don't know, because I see later he's totally fine and dandy with Jad. I would hold a grudge. An unspoken grudge. Okay, there are 2 questions now. Are we getting points off Black for taking... Well, no. Are we gonna take points from Black for being angry at White? And are we taking points from Black for being angry at White? Yes. It's the same lane. It's not 2 points. It's just 1 point. Either for being angry at White for having his memories, or for not responding to White. He hasn't responded to White since here. Stopped replying. Finally, I know how to do it. Now, I can't be mad at Black. I would be envious too in his situation. We were so close. Not to respond to White, he loses points. I don't know. I feel like he... Yeah, this could be arguable, but this not responding to White... But yeah, he should respond. That's hurtful. And all he had to say was, let me have some time. Yeah, it's understandable why he'd feel upset feeling to help us about your own memory when it's right there. Yeah, but still. That's exactly it. Just send that, leave me be. I need some time, whatever it is. Don't just... We're taking 3 points. I think lack of communication should be in the roster, right? Lack of communication would take a lot of points, but not that much. I personally don't like consuming media with misunderstanding and lack of communication in general. So I feel like I don't have that much. Maybe I rely on biological reasons to come up with the lack of communication. Are we giving points to the Hawks? That part wouldn't even break 0. Lack of communication from White, though. When we discussed this chapter, did we talk about how big Black sees Yildar? To him, he's bigger than Hawkman. And closer. $99 for Hawks? You got it. I hope it doesn't screw up the... no. Let's make it 50. Minus 50. I don't want to screw up the graph. Look. And let's put this... Let's make the cap 50. Even though I hate the number 50. Hawk and Hawk Jr. Yes. Irina. I mean, listen. I'm gonna give Irina 3 for the look. She looks really cool. Casual pullover with that hair. Don't go all poetic on me. Then I'm gonna give her this for this look. These panels grants her more, another 3 points, because again, staring while the person you're staring at is not looking is my favorite thing. Okay, again, for Black, saying screw you to Hawk Jr. is still the funniest thing. So I say 365 points to standing up for himself. I mean, yeah, I would, but he also did the thing, you know? Bad Black. So I'm gonna add 365 and take the 365 on the spot. And then, Irina, will you go out with me? And Irina questioning if it's a quarter life crisis. Is it the casual clothing? She's considering, like, what made Black ask her on a date? Daniel. This, I'm gonna borrow Pookie from Andy and say, this Pookie Daniel gets a 3. Because he's at 0 now, so we're gonna give him 3, you know? We have to. This I saved on as an image on its own. Yes, points to all the points are gonna go to Daniel. We're just gonna have to see where exactly. So wait, you were here for the funeral 3 weeks after the accident. Is Wyatt's confession here gonna take any points to you, except for this one visit I just mentioned? I was gone for 2 years, but I wasn't completely gone throughout. Or at least, would he get any points for wearing 6 zeros? Windbreaker? No? Then he gets points for the absolute scorcher of a look. You think? I was thinking of if I should do that, but I kind of made a rule that I'm not gonna give points for looks. Every time Irina shows, she gains points for sure. Honestly, and it's not just because like Irina is cool and whatever, but because every appearance she does something really cool. I was telling who was I talking to about? I think I mentioned it on last stream. The subtextual reading of Greyis is how you can blame it all on the fathers. When you read Greyis and then look back, just go all the way back and zoom out and look, you're gonna just get with one conclusion. The whole problem is the fathers in the story. But there's another subtextual reading to it, which is the importance of strong, independent, empowered females around young men and how important those are. Not in a romantic sense, one, and not in like I don't mean by independent, strong that is working, because the women, the mothers, the non-working mothers here are just as strong. And this is why you see Black having the ability to adapt and just bounce back up quickly. And he's surrounded by these examples, where with Wyatt, he's just surrounded by 2 men that are... We love them, but they're very bland and passive and, you know? Yes, she really does good every time. So that's Irina. Irina, every time she's in the picture, she's doing something really, really cool and necessary. So yeah, we're not giving this because it's a whole page and I drew it multiple times. So I'm not gonna give it points for that, but I wish. We're moving on. Bland. B-land, like Black's land. This is what I mean. They're just not dynamic, you know? So, White does a lot of opening up here. So he should get some points, but we want to know where exactly, just like with Daniel. I would give Daniel points for this because I love people challenging White's speech. White saying Amir got into an accident on his way to meet Black to say all that Black is forgetting him and all that. And Daniel just says to clear your name. It's funny to just say it out loud like that, like feel guilty. They'd agree with that description, right? I feel like... They're very stale. And the boy leads a very stale existence. And his uncle smokes all the time. This is one of the funny things, if you weren't in the stream. So, Daniel doesn't smoke around White ever since he asked him to turn out the cigarette. But here, when he confessed this, he's like, screw it. He took out his cigarette and starts just smoking because this is too much. This conversation is too much right now. So the anger that we saw today earlier in chapter 75, you can see the beginning of it here when he declared that you don't like me smoking around you and I'm gonna smoke. Daniel, you're a 9 right now. I like it. Wasn't Black with him in the car? And this guilty look makes Daniel just almost face palms. What is this disaster of a nephew I have? Anyway. But we're not giving White any points for opening up about his worries in regards to Black's memory, right? Knife for sure to Daniel. Yeah. Oh, I didn't put Farhat. Oh my god. Never mind. Walk me through it. I need to write it down. And White needs something. I need to give him something. He's been just answering questions. Imagine asking someone to play devil's advocate with faulty information, much less provide... Yeah, 100%. Daniel should get points for making our life easier, my life easier, by writing down these. So here you go, King. At some point, I had a lot on my plate. My relationship with Lana, my struggle to be accepted by her family, challenges at college, Dad's deteriorating health, and some other things I had to deal with. All that next to him being on again, off again with his hate towards me. Negative transference. Okay, doctor, enough with the jargon. Okay, dictionary, carry on. Daniel should get 3 points for his comebacks. And him taking offense, kind of an offense for White saying candidly, straight out. I also suggested that Black sees the therapist and that offended him. And Daniel's like snorting. That's, I don't know who the point goes to. For White saying it just with this face, or for Daniel to react to it in chibi form. I know there are 3 points here that should go somewhere. If 3 points are if I'm giving points to looks, I would give Daniel points here. Gotta go just as chapters are getting White-centric, including Daniel, but hope the rest of the stream goes. Thanks a lot for coming, Blue. I might end up leaving the last 2 chapters till tomorrow. Because, yeah, it's 9 already. I've been streaming for 5 hours. And I'm not playing a game, even. Thanks a lot for being here. I hope you enjoyed it, and hopefully see you next week or tomorrow if I stream. Have a good time. Now, before I continue, because he's gonna lose points soon, I want to give White, honestly, because this is a thing I thought throughout working on this chapter. I want to give White right now on the spot 12 points. No kidding. 12 points for one thing and one thing only. Is because he talked to Judd. They talked about the splitting. And he thought of... Where it is? Where is it? He thought of Yeldar and Hawkman. And then he talked to Daniel again on the same day about the splitting. And again, he thought of Hawkman and Yeldar. And by the end of the chapter, he talks about it on the spot. White is the character we all know. He thinks of something in volume 1, and we get the answer in volume 17. So, for me, for him to just think of something in this chapter and bring it up in the same chapter, yeah, 12 points. I love that Daniel peels back Uncle Daniel here and just gives himself. White is so caught up in his own head that he doesn't at all. Daniel just, seriously, he did lose all his therapist look with the way he talks, with the way he sits, body language and all. But White is not even... I like how you put it, because White isn't even... breathing, not the room, not nothing. He's just opening up. He should take more 3 points, honestly. My god, he's passing Black? What? But I mean, 3 points for him. Just focusing on talking. Now he's gonna lose points because we have guns and money and fire. Yeah? We're gonna take points. There's a gunfire and, I mean, 3 and 3, 6 points. This is why he is surprised that Daniel is madly there. Because he wasn't reading his cues. He wasn't really focusing on what's... Look at him. Look at Daniel here. We're taking 6 points for... Wait, why is Daniel mad at me again? What did we talk about again? I don't remember. I remember we talked about Black and his memory. Why is he angry at me? Oh, maybe because I'm spineless and I still... Now, he just lost 6 points, but he will need to gain some back for this confession. Even Daniel compliments it. Maybe I could do something equally drastic to myself, start new somewhere else. -1 spine. White spine should be here somewhere. We're gonna go 48. Also, I'll give 3 points to Daniel because it is bold of him to compliment White that could just run away because he complimented him. These feelings for whites matching black's mood shift is kind of like these feelings for white matching black's mood. It's the white effect. Come on. He has this thing. But I know that he's gonna lose these points. Just or black is gonna just breeze through ahead of him. He still only see me as their college friend. Then Black was in the hospital and you visited him, but he didn't recognize you at all. You sent me that you're going to be leaving indefinitely and has nothing to come back to here at all. Whiplash. Plus 12 minus 6. Yeah. I mean, I'm an extreme person. And white doesn't help. His my god, I feel for him. Chevy. Oh, I feel for him, and then I hate you. No, I hate you. I'm too angry at you. That's the white experience. I don't think the many points that white gets would be enough to grow back. Shoot. Again with the spine. Come on, he's not spineless. Is he? He's not. He just asked Daniel if he thinks he's spineless for chasing after Black. I've been streaming for too long. I'm not gonna try to think of ways to express things in a better way. Now, me being soft again for someone staring at another person that isn't noticing. I love this. It's just in media, by the way. I just thought about it. Do I like it in real life? I don't like to be observed, and I don't like to observe people, so... Fiction. I love this panel, to be honest. Just their casualty. There comes back to White's personas, I think. This comes back to White's personas, I think. Yeah. It's just spineless. I know there are definitions that could fit how he is, but spineless in general is used in a very way, in a very way, yeah. In a very way that I don't see White is, you know? Now, White's fur jacket, fur hoodie jacket, does it get any points? I love it. Wasn't that the game? How much I love some? No. Now, do we hate, love, annoyed? What's the feeling for this, what White does here? Sorry to hear that, and welcome back. What is the general feeling for what White does here? Homie's not cheating the room. Oh, I want to write a whole chapter from Daniel's point of view. From the moment White leaves until he sends him a message. I'm so intrigued by that. He continues to exhibit more of his father's knack for annoying comebacks. I'm gonna give Daniel... I love when Daniel throws shades at Jad and throw shade at Jad, and when Jad throws shade at Daniel. I love this experience. So 3 points for Daniel. Lying. He's just lazy. I don't think he's lying. White should get points for this reaction. Daniel saying it's unfair and he thinks I guess. But brash White around Daniel is nothing new. Yeah, at all. He once took his cigarette and threw it on the floor. White. Black mental state just dips dips down further. This is how you say it. White sleeping in a cold day, windows open, in a t-shirt, worrying about. Ugh, I'm gonna take it down. I gotta move the couch or change those windows. I have enough problems in my life already. I love this. It's like, I just love it. See, this is the message from last chapter when White said that he's not responding. So he probably sent him, like, see, 12:07, he sent him about lunch. And then at 6:30, he sent him, what are we having for dinner? So we didn't have lunch. Listen, I don't care what you say. I'm gonna give him points for this whole interaction, okay? We cool? 51. He lose point more and more in self-care. White? No, we're not considering that. Nobody in this story takes good care of themselves, now that I think about it. I do wonder sometimes if Daniel catches glimpses of Iya and oh my god. Oh my god, my heart, I genuinely can't express how this made my heart feel for a millisecond. Oh, I've just been given a dino plushie. Little try. Okay. Any name suggestion? I'm very bad with names. Sleepy's plushie. Sleepy's dino plushie. We cool from midi. He will get these points, man. Now, this interaction is gonna be fun to rate, and I'm gonna end the stream with it because I'm really out of social juice. You won't believe it. So, we fought many times since you came back. Wait, did we take points from White for playing with his injured hand after removing the cast? Because Black did cut himself here. What did we do eventually? I don't think we moved the points because White is really struggling with his stomach and we didn't take points from him. So, as I said, we're gonna remove self-care from. He has 3 points held for plus minus if there is a tie. I see. No, we're gonna remove that. Held points, honestly, because they both don't really take care of themselves, so. Not everybody can be as proactive as you. Every time I try to think of anything, I just feel stuck. So, I mean, Black gets 6 points for this comeback because it wins. Yes, White does say something that is valid. Do you expect me to beg you? Do you expect me to beg you to remember me? But Black's comeback is just gold, man. Also, I didn't draw. I should draw these. Okay, why trying to take the high road and not clash with Black? Does it get him any points? Or is it what he's always been doing? I think it's what he's always been doing, to be honest. Black being the reasonable one here. Black just takes it on. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. White just trying to not pour oil into the fire. Also, it's his running away tactic, so no. Not working. But this for me gets him 3 points. Just bringing it up. Like, this is where he started to, even his look, that, I don't know, it's like a dormant hurt or with a little bit of anger towards it, even bitterness. Like, you're always just angry at me, whether you remember or forget. I feel like, oh, it hurts. It really hurts. No, what's this? But also 3 points. 5-4. This is a very difficult thing to rate because they're both taking steps. Even Black here, he switched from being angry, yeah, walk away, to listening and understanding. Apologizing and yeah, 3 points. 4-5. I mean, I think Black is gonna just jump to 100 in chapter 74 with all his dates. I have my own issues that paralyze me in other areas as well. Sharing that feels too close to my emotional shortcomings. Another one for White. He's just I still can't believe that he said these words to Black, to be honest. I feel like this is his biggest moment. Black still gets all my points here, but I'll give White 3 points too for turning around. He turned around and he talked, honestly. This one here, especially, the way he phrased it, the way he said it, it's like he's standing up for himself, honestly. And yes, he broke down and hated it and started withdrawing and all that later, but in the moment, yeah, I'd give him easy 3 points. Our moon, extra cuteness points. We're trying not to give based on looks. It does shine here. And then I think it's fair to put it at -50, honestly. This is too bad for him. Now, Black jumps to 0. This is the moment where he just forgets everything that he's feeling to stand by White, which is concerning, but we're just going technically now with numbers and analytics. So we're not going to be criticizing. For me, I feel like, honestly, I love this scene. Of course, I love this scene. You know, I love this scene, but I feel like this interaction is good, but this interaction, there is a layer of unhealthiness to it because Black just took all of his anger and all of his criticism and like, no, I'm not, like, almost, it's a very natural reaction to a person who was in an abusive situation. He just, especially with an abusive situation and around the person who is suicidal, it's a very natural knee-jerk reaction. I hate it, to be honest. Not just for look, he is shining from opening up a little. I mean, Black is strong, but yeah. Looks so fluffy here. He does. I love this, honestly. I love this. I love wind. But we're still giving him... I mean, for acting out, just leaving, taking steps, and doing what he always did as a kid, yeah. It's a 6 point for me. Of course, I'm still waiting if anybody has objections. We are giving and taking here. I'm not throwing the blame on you, and I don't want to be angry with you. Yeah, Black should take more for his... for pushing. Not just leaving White to leave and stuff. He is he is like taking steps that White doesn't even feel comfortable with. Taking his hand, touching it. Yeah, but I can see why Black responded this way. He's probably never witnessed this side of White. Like, he has an awareness that White is fragile, but there is a difference in having it in your mind and saying, yeah, 100%. But this is exactly what White was fearful throughout his life. He didn't want, like, there is a part of him that is proud and doesn't want to be looked down on and all that, especially from Black. But also something that Daniel mentioned long time ago is White's fear of Black just throwing everything out the window and putting himself completely aside, just like he did with Yaldar, to be White's savior and hero and all that. So it definitely pours into White's insecurities about this whole situation. And he himself is conflicted about it because as a kid, he longed for this. When he heard what Black was willing to do for Yildar, he really wanted and needed this unconditional sacrificial love, but he saw the worst of it and didn't want it at all afterwards, not from Black. But yeah, what Black does here is, even with this layer of unhealthiness, let's call it, or how I see it, I feel what he did is a great, great thing. Just because that's exactly what White needs. White needs someone to break through, not leave him to his running away tendency. Also, White does the same thing that I just criticized about Black. He just, yeah, he completely just went from opening up to closing off completely, running away, and then you're not the bad guy, Black. They're both just driving me crazy. Now, Black here switches it up. I think I need to take 3 points from him. I know what he does, but the way he really saw White, then completely stopped seeing him is mind-blowing. He went from completely seeing him here and demanding that he stays and understands that he isn't angry with him and stuff, to completely like, oh my god, look, his fanboy part took over. Like, oh my god, look how strong he is. 2 points for D for putting up with this roller coaster. I mean, oh, at least we won an award eventually. Welcome back, Tam. My brother next door went to sleep, so I can't make big reactions. I'm just gonna try to finish this chapter and end the stream and continue tomorrow. But yeah, this part takes 3 points away because I want to take 3 points away from White as well, because he did withdraw completely and run away. 54. They both reached, like, it's like they reached a peak and then completely just melted into their own habitual attitude or habit. Yeah, what they do naturally. White looks up to, no, White comforts Black and leaves, and Black just looks up like, wow, so cool. There was more to it because he is worried about the world that just unlocked for him from White. I wonder if this has... Yes. I imagine you fussing with them the whole time you're throwing it. I was mainly emotional. I genuinely didn't think of it analytically at all. Not when I was writing it, not when I was drawing it, because I was really, really, really moved by White's opening up and Black's reaction. Because let me bring up how the script was originally. This scene came out of nowhere. It changed drastically while I was working on it. This is chapter 37. So originally, it was... Look, White clenches fist. Wait, a split where there is a White from your childhood. No, wait. There was... The whole chapter would end differently. See, I blacked this part out because I changed it. Black, we can always find reasons to be angry with one another, but we need to stop doing that. Just get angry and hateful because we don't want to work things out properly or can't find a clear one enemy to hate on. And then he says, I'm with you on this, and I'm next to you, and I want to fight for this. Grabs shoulder. Then flashback from chapter 4. Like, the way I imagined it ending is White, who moves to the car, opens the door, tells Black all that, and then he either rests his head... I think he rests his head on Black's leg, because Black is still sitting inside the car. And White is kneeling down while he's telling him all that. And there's a flashback from chapter 4 when he said, I'm here now. So the whole chapter was going to end in a very different way. But I thought that after... No, I want to take it in a more... not just call back to an old good moment between them. Because this clash that happened here should happen. And the way White broke down is something was meant to happen, and I didn't want to prolong it more than it already did. And that's why a lot of things were changing while I'm working on it. That made me not really criticize or look at it analytically. Black shoes like those from the first jump. Yeah, I'm glad that you caught that because I intentionally chose those Velcro kind of shoes. I want to give Black a hug and a pillow. He needs it. He needs it. A different tone. Definitely. I even have I have a sketch of the last scene. Where is volume recap channel? I think. Oh, there it is. Right, how do I open? Open in browser. There it is. Now where's OBS? Window. This was the original last page of this chapter. This is how it was going to end. I don't remember how do they end up here. I have it somewhere probably, because the first idea was he's inside the car and the whole I'm here now. That would have been great too, but where it went left them so yeah, that's the thing. Like what happened here was meant to happen eventually, and I didn't see any point for them to just have a clash and a good moment again after all these chapters. No, they should take the next step. So one last thing before I end the stream is the sketches and the storyboards. This is the thumbs and this is the sketches. I think the original cover didn't have eyes, yeah. The original sketch and the original storyboard had actually White's eye. Storyboards. We love storyboards here. Just for the doodly things. This is me just telling myself to trick them. Like draw someone with black clothes so they would think it's white. Now this, look, the last, I in the end stuck with this, looking from under. But I had this option, which is what ended up being. I have this options, which is from front, and I had this options profile. And this one originally was just a look of him breaking down with a lot of gravestones from in the foreground. But I thought it's better to just zoom out. I feel it has more effect. Now these are two panels I screenshotted from, I was reading Homunculus manga at the time. I didn't finish it, I just read a few chapters and then dropped it. But I remembered that there was a drill, a hand drill in it. So I looked it up so I can just reference how to line it, tone it, and how to draw a drill drilling. And then these, not much change. Oh, this wasn't a circular brick wall. It was just a normal wall. I love this sketch of Jad. And Jad doesn't have any features here. Just a circle. This, the splitting. Black looks angrier here because when I sketched it and line it, I decided that if you cover this side, I'm covering with my hand, but you can't see my hand, I forgot for a second. If you cover this part of black, you get an angrier white because an angrier black because white was angry towards white when he forgot his childhood self. And then if you cover this part, you get a sadder black next to Kid White. Not much change here. Neither here. Oh, white was showing face here, but I changed that. Black's face is split too. Awesome. Yeah. His feelings are split. So these are the options, either from a profile or from portrait front. Look at the stick figure of Black. Now this doesn't have storyboards because it's a sketch I drew. For those who remember, I drew it and posted it on Twitter years before it appeared in the manga. Now Daniel. These empty boxes are just either flashbacks or backgrounds that I'm taking from previous chapters. There was a big white profile that I just deleted. Welcome back, caffeinated psycho. I illustrated it well eventually. I don't know, honestly. There are a lot of changes here, and I like these more. The original, not the original, the final sketch. Handsome moon boy. He has more handsome panels that I usually do for him. I'm not usually happy with White's face. Like, I hate how he looks here, but I don't know why I decided to tilt him, because he looks good like this, full frontal. I made him look more dangerous than sad when he remembers the gun and the money. We have White playing with Farhat here. Maybe I didn't want to draw him crouching, so I just made him walk. Door closes, door opens. I love this panel. This doesn't have much. It's the same. Oh yeah, originally White would stand by the window and notices Black in the car. But then I remembered that there's a couch in front of the window, so I had to change it. You know, I got a water bottle as a gift and it says, this is not enough coffee. I'm not sure whether if I'm whiting or D'ing. No, you're definitely whiting. I don't drink that much coffee. This is a thing that everyone assumes because I precious my 1 mug of coffee in the morning at dawn alone. This is, and like when coffee is almost running out, I have to get one fast. I have 2 mugs that I love, the same mug that I love. I have two of it. I have 2 drippers, for example. Like it's very important for me to have my mug of coffee, and I make a fuss about this 1 mug of coffee that I have in the morning that everyone thinks I'm too much into coffee. But if you notice, if you look closely, I don't drink that. These days, I'm drinking Turkish coffee, which I hate, just because my mom drinks Turkish coffee, and I just sit with her, and I end up drinking. But yeah, you're definitely whiting. White does drink a lot of coffee. Thanks a lot for coming, Frog. This has been really amazing. I'm gonna end the stream and continue tomorrow, and hope to see you tomorrow if you can. And everyone, of course. Have a good time. Not much changing here. Great, looking forward to it. Have a great rest of your day. This panel is one of my favorite panels in a very long time because I pictured it like this, and I suddenly, when I started sketching, I changed and made the perspective really extreme and distorted in a way. I'm just happy with it. And then this one, it didn't have this as well, and I drew it after. In the end, like it was a random decision, but in the end, if you go throughout the chapter, there are a lot of panels of white standing, and there's a reflection in the mug, in the coffee, when he's pouring coffee, here in the car, in Black's eyes, just like a few pages after. Ahead, there's a Black is wearing glasses, so he's reflecting in both his lenses, and it's all playing into the splitting thing. The panel looks good. Thank you. What kind of coffee do you drink? I just make pour over coffee. Thank you. You can see from the change between, like even here, white is leaving, and this whole image, this is Black, this is white walking, is different from this. And this is different from this. So these changes, when they happen, it's like because when you sketch naturally in a sketchbook, you don't do thumbnails really. So when the storyboard doesn't match the sketch, it's just a moment where I got too into the zone and I sketch whatever I'm feeling right now without storyboards, I just keep in mind tiny rules like, oh yeah, I should show this in this panel. Other than that, I just go wild. And again, this is why I didn't feel that much while working on this panel. I didn't think of things critically or how I analyze it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask again. Are you gonna stream tomorrow at the same time or regularly? I'll definitely try to make it at 6, so you all don't have to wake up early to catch it if you want. If 6 is better than you all, I'll just stream at 6, which is 2 hours after the time I started today. Just so we can finish this. It won't be a long stream. Look how bland this is. And Black was even sadder here. He was woobier. More wooby. Those two there. White stunning out. Oh my god. This is the panel I meant. How there are two whites. My god, Psycho, thanks a lot. You couldn't sleep because you were excited? That means a lot to me. Please do sleep well. I think... Was there? Wait. See, I remember I didn't line these. Look, in the storyboard he was looking ahead directly at Black. When I sketched it, I felt like, no, he wouldn't be looking directly at Black. And then I removed it altogether. It's just his feeling. I hate it. Words, I hate it. See, I sometimes change things even in the lining stage. And then this page, I don't think there's much change here. Oh, it's just less dynamic. And then this. Oh, there were black and white and the car here. But I removed it and just kept it with Black's question. Are the memories of the heart a thing anyway? I kind of wanted to put an emphasis on it because of chapter 74, where Jad confirms that the hearts of the memories are actually a thing. Also, I kind of like white here more than here. So what can I do now? And the last page. The last page had Black looking at white leaving from this angle. But I moved it to this. I think I wanted to show him breaking down the car and all. I don't remember why I made this decision. And that's it. This line breaks me. He opened up a door to let me in to the messy world I made for him. Can I even be happy? He wished for so long for White to open up to him, but he didn't get. I love it when wind isn't. I love it too. It makes everything dramatic. The chapter I'm working on has wind now, and Draft sketch white looks more fun than final piece white. Sketch white has a good and functional shit. Sorry, I couldn't. Favorite panel. It's not easy to draw convincing, delicate hands. So I'm happy with it. I imagine White's hand is very, very, like, ice cold. Ugh. White's jawline looked... Ooh, really? I suck at drawing chins and jawlines. I struggle with that. I always have my anatomy book open on heads and faces because I struggle, especially with White. So, very glad to hear that. Okay, it's 10 p.m. I should be long. I should be sleeping by now. I'm sorry I had to tone it down by the end because my brother went to sleep. But you can't imagine how happy you make me for being excited for this, for being active and waking up in the morning to catch this. I really, really appreciate it. No, thank you. Thank you for waking up early and sticking with me. For real. With me and the boys. And Jevi. Jevi is sitting on the couch. I don't know what he wants. The stream was fun. I liked everything about it. Thank you so much. You put a lot of work and love. I was looking forward to it, and I'm glad that you were looking forward to it and enjoyed it. We have to continue this tomorrow, just so we can see how much of a week it was for them. I needed that push. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully we can meet all tomorrow again. I'll look forward to it. And be here. If you can't, I totally understand. And thanks again and again. See you tomorrow. Oh, sleepy, thanks. Thank you, and goodbye.